Some work a little differently. Are you familiar with how Zoom works as a webinar?
I'm sorry? No, that's it. That the fact that I'm asking you, no, I do not.
So, of course, I essentially do everything we want to do.
Okay. You can move whatever you need. Welcome to do that.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, I do. Let me give you my stamp because here it is. I usually stamp it here in the front when I do my DVs and then on the orders. This is my stamp.
You want to stamp this one?
I don't see this. Well, let's see. The order of pretrial release, are they included? Ah, okay, got it.
Here.
Let me just, you know what? I'm gonna give you I'm just gonna do this because I do this on all the cases. I have my own little defendant in custody, PC, PD. This is where Mindy's always at?
Right.
Yes, this looks really familiar. I feel like I'm on TV. I'm like, no. God, no. Today? We have murders on? Oh, wow. Were they in the media by any chance or no? Lord. Oh, these are the people. I know exactly what this is. Let me go ahead and just sign, like stamp these in.
I've heard.
I'm good with the camera angle. I am very simple. If my angle looks really bad, then tell me.
I'm here for, he has yeah, they talk.
Oh, Larry.
Man,
Hansfield.
he went out of town, that's why he said, he said he had. I said he'll be back. That's why I didn't. No, he won't back. He left town last night.
Good morning, Your Honor. This is corrections. We're ready whenever you're ready.
All right, give me a minute. Does anyone need the Spanish interpreter?
No, you're just gonna, when they call the name.
Corrections, does anybody need the Spanish interpreter?
Yeah, we have Spanish speaking defendants, Your Honor.
Sure, I know that we have our interpreter on deck.
She's there, Your Honor.
Oh, got it. Thank you for letting me know. Thank you. Okay. I'm almost ready. Give me one. I just wanted to put these all together because otherwise to me it's All right. Oh, I'm sure. All right, good morning, everyone. We are on the record. It is now 9:44 in the morning. The court is ready to start the bond hearing calendars this morning for domestic violence. At this time, with the assistance of the Spanish interpreter, I'm going to ask everyone who is in custody to please stand to be sworn.
Por favor, todos pónganse de pie para prestar juramento.
Please raise your right hands.
Levanten la mano derecha.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
¿Juran o afirman decir la verdad, toda la verdad y nada más que la verdad?
All right, thank you. At this time, I'm going to ask the representative from the Office of the State Attorney, as well as from the Public Defender's Office, to announce their appearances for the record.
ASA Rebecca Panus on behalf of the state.
And ASA Samantha Lopez on behalf of the state.
The Public Defender's Office.
Good morning, Your Honor. Sophia Alman, Assistant Public Defender.
Good morning, everyone. All right, so that everyone is aware, unless otherwise stated, the court is finding probable cause for your arrest. Unless otherwise stated, the court will appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you for purposes of this hearing. And our clerk will advise whether or not we have all the financials in order. Okay, all right, so we'll take it one at a time. Okay, thank you. Also, so that everyone is aware, on each of your cases, the court will issue a bond. The court is also going to enter an order of pretrial release that applies to every single one of you. If the interpreter can translate.
Para que todos sepan, en cada uno de los casos se haya que existe motivo fundado, a no ser de que se diga lo contrario, se les va a asignar abogado de oficio, a no ser de que digan lo contrario, y se va a llegar a algún tipo de fianza y modo de libertad previa al juicio, y se hará eso con cada uno de los casos.
All right, so please pay attention, because when I call your case, I'm going to ask you whether or not you heard the conditions and understood them. And then I will give you, at the time that your case is called, the name of the alleged victim in your case. So please listen carefully.
Entonces, por favor, todos presten atención, porque en el momento de que llame sus casos, les voy a preguntar si entendieron todas las condiciones y también les voy a decir el nombre de la persona de la cual tienen que mantenerse alejados.
Upon your release from custody, you're not to engage in any criminal activity.
Cuando los dejen salir de la cárcel, no pueden involucrarse en ningún tipo de actividad ilícita.
You're not to use or possess any illegal drugs.
No pueden usar o poseer drogas ilícitas.
You're not to use, purchase, possess, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition.
No puede usar, portar, tener o comprar armas de fuego, pistolas, munición.
You must immediately surrender any of those items if you have them, including any concealed weapons permits, to the nearest police department.
Debe entregar de inmediato, si es que tiene estos artículos, cualquier tipo de arma de fuego, munición o también permiso para portar armas ocultas, tiene que entregarlo de inmediato al departamento de policía.
The police department will then provide you with a property receipt, and you are to provide that receipt either to your attorney so that he or she can file it with the court, or you yourself can file it with the court.
Y en el departamento de policía le van a entregar un recibo de propiedad, tiene que entregarle eso ya sea a su abogado para que ellos lo puedan presentar en la corte, o si no, directamente lo presenta con la secretaría del tribunal en la corte.
You are prohibited from having any contact, direct or indirect, with the alleged victim in your case. That means contact in person, by phone, through social media, or any other electronic means, or through third persons.
Se le prohíbe tener cualquier tipo de contacto directo o indirecto con la persona involucrada en su caso. Eso quiere decir que no pueden tener contacto en persona, por teléfono, por escrito, por medios sociales o a través de cualquier medio electrónico, ni tampoco a través de terceros.
You must stay away from the alleged victim in your case at least 500 feet away from that person at all times, including from their home, place of employment, and or school.
Debe mantenerse a una distancia de la presunta víctima, a una distancia de al menos 500 pies de esa persona en todo momento. Tiene que mantenerse alejado de donde vive, estudia y trabaja esa persona.
If you resided with the alleged victim, you will be allowed to return to the home one time only within 48 hours of the entry of this order and your release, accompanied by a police officer to retrieve any necessary belongings, including clothes, medication, documents, and work tools.
Se le permite, si vive con esa persona, se le permite regresar a la casa una sola vez dentro de las 48 horas después de que se haya emitido esta orden o lo hayan dejado salir de la cárcel. Tiene que ir acompañado de un policía para retirar sus artículos necesarios, tales como su ropa, medicamentos, documentos o herramientas de trabajo.
If you return to the home without a police officer, you will be arrested.
Si regresa a la casa sin ir acompañado de un policía, usted será arrestado.
The police officer will ask for your house keys and turn those over to the alleged victim.
La policía le pedirá las llaves de la casa y esas se les serán entregadas a la presunta víctima.
This order that I've read to you will remain in effect until it is terminated or modified by the court, which is the judge assigned to your case.
Esta orden permanecerá en efecto hasta que sea terminada o modificada por parte del juez encargado de su caso.
And if there are any family members who are in the courtroom or on Zoom, the court will hear from that person. However, the court is going to is not going to modify this order. Any modifications need to be made in writing to the division judge, and there needs to be a sufficient cooling off period to allow for any modifications.
Si hay algún familiar aquí en la sala que necesite hablar o que esté por Zoom, se escuchará lo que diga esa persona. Sin embargo, esta orden no será modificada. La modificación tendrá que ser hecha por escrita ante el juez de la división y también se necesita que pase un tiempo de enfriamiento antes de que se haga cualquier tipo de modificación.
All right, so that being said, the court is now going to start the calendar by calling the first case. Jaylene Rios, M25-14096. Okay, Ms. Rios, good morning. I don't have any audio.
Good morning.
All right. Good morning, ma'am. The court is going to appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you for purposes of this hearing. The court has reviewed the arrest form in your case and finds probable cause for your arrest. The court just read the order of pretrial release. Ms. Rios, did you hear the order and did you understand the conditions?
Yes.
All right. All right, ma'am, you are to have no contact with the alleged victim. In this case, the name of that person is Maurelio Martinez. Do you understand?
Yes.
And since you reside with that victim according to the arrest form, as I indicated earlier, you will be allowed to go to the home as long as you're accompanied by a police officer within 48 hours to retrieve necessary items. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right. Ms. Panus, what is the state asking for in terms of bond?
Your Honor, the state would request standard bond. The defendant has no priors, but it is a misdemeanor battery in the first degree.
Okay, so you're asking for $1,000 standard bond?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Okay, Ms. Rios, the court is entering bond in the amount of $1,000 plus the stay away order. All right, you're going to receive a number to the public defender's office. Please get in touch with your attorney.
There's information there for you. Okay.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
I hear you. Oh, did I say it? Okay. All right, next case I have is Michael Gardner, B25140889. Good morning, Mr. Gardner. Okay, the court is going to appoint the public defender to represent you for purposes of this hearing. The court has reviewed the arrest form in your case. And the court is going to make a finding of probable cause for your arrest. The court is also going to enter an order of pretrial release. Mr. Gardner, did you hear the court read that order at the beginning of the bond hearing?
Sure, yeah, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, did you understand those conditions, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, sir, you're not to have any contact with the alleged victim, Destina Rhodes. Do you understand, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. State, what are you asking for in terms of bond?
Your Honor, the standard bond, or as we're at a first degree misdemeanor for injunction violation, the standard bond would be $1,000. The state would request an elevated bond due to the list of priors. There's a lengthy list of priors here for this defendant. And we're here because of an injunction violation. We would request $2,000.
Okay,
Your Honor, if I may, I would argue against an elevated bond. The standard bond is sufficient. His priors are old, the majority of which are from the 90s and early 2000s.
all right. And Mr. Gardner, there's actually 2 orders of pretrial release pertaining to 2 victims. I saw one. I'm looking at the other one right now. You're also to stay away from Tashuna Rhodes. Do you understand, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, the court is going to enter bond in the amount of $1,500 plus a stay away order. All right, Mr. Gardner, stay in touch with your attorney, sir.
You have a plan?
Did we get out today?
Did you pay your bond?
All right, next case I have is Darwin Maradiaga.
He does require the Spanish interpreter, Your Honor.
Yes. And is it Maradiagada?
Maradiaga.
Okay. All right, that's what I thought. Okay. There's an extra DA at the end. Okay. With the assistance of the Spanish interpreter, the court is calling the case of Darwin Maradiaga, M25-14091.
Estamos llamando el caso de Darwin Maradiaga, caso M25, right, Judge?
Yes.
M25-14091.
Okay.
De quedarte que no sea con Vanessa.
Maradiaga,
¿Con quién?
I'm going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you at this hearing.
Señor Maradiaga, voy a asignarle a los abogados de oficio para que lo representen en esta audiencia.
The court has reviewed the arrest form in your case and finds probable cause for your arrest.
El juez ha revisado el formulario de arresto en su caso y hallo que sí existe motivo fundado por el arresto.
Sir, did you hear the court read the order of pretrial release at the beginning of the hearing?
Señor, ¿usted escuchó cuando la juez mencionó las condiciones para libertad previa al juicio antes de que comenzara la audiencia?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you understand those conditions, sir?
¿Usted entendió esas condiciones?
Sí.
Yes.
All right. In your case, sir, there is to be no contact with the alleged victim, Vanessa Flores. Do you understand?
En su caso, señor, usted no puede tener ningún tipo de contacto con la presunta víctima, Vanessa Flores. ¿Usted ha entendido?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. What is the state asking for in terms of bond?
The state would be asking for standard bond at $1,000, Your Honor.
¿Qué está pidiendo la fiscalía en cuanto a fianza? La fiscalía solicita fianza estándar de $1,000.
All right. The court is going to enter bond in the amount of $1,000 plus the stay away order.
Entonces se va a emitir una fianza de $1,000 y una orden de alejamiento.
Mr. Maradiaga, please stay in touch with your attorney. You will be provided the number this morning to the Office of the Public Defender's Office.
Señor Maradiaga, por favor, manténgase en contacto con sus abogados. Se le va a dar el día de hoy el teléfono de los abogados de oficio.
Sí.
Ok.
All right. You may be seated, sir. Thank you.
Gracias, ya es todo.
Okay, I do not have, oh, yes, I do.
Mr. Rayo Tremino also requires a Spanish interpreter.
Okay, thank you. The court is now calling the case of Genderling Rayo Tremino.
Your Honor, he has a hold for immigration.
Okay, thank you, corrections.
Señor Rayo Termino tiene una detención por inmigración.
Case number is M25-14092.
Caso M25-14092.
Okay. Mr. Rayo Tremino, the court has reviewed the court is first of all going to appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you for purposes of this hearing.
Señor Rayo Termino, se le va a asignar el abogado de oficio para que lo represente con respecto a esta audiencia.
The court has reviewed the arrest form in your case and finds probable cause for your arrest.
La jueza ha revisado el affidavit de arresto en su caso y haya que sí existe motivo fundado por el arresto.
Sir, did you hear the court read the order of pretrial release at the beginning of this hearing?
Señor, ¿usted escuchó cuando la juez leyó la orden de condiciones de libertad previa al juicio cuando comenzó esta audiencia?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you understand the conditions, sir?
Señor, ¿usted entendió las condiciones?
Sí.
Yes.
In your case, sir, you are to have no contact with the alleged victim, Sara Libreros Rivera. Do you understand?
Sí.
¿Entiende usted que usted no puede tener ningún tipo de contacto con la señora Libreros Rivera?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. You will be allowed to return to the home one time only, as long as you're accompanied by a police officer within 48 hours of your release to retrieve any personal belongings.
Se le permitirá ir una sola vez de regreso a la casa acompañado de un policía a las 48 horas después de que lo hayan dejado salir de la cárcel dentro de las 48 horas para retirar sus artículos personales.
The corrections has advised that there is an ICE hold for you. That is not something that this court has any jurisdiction over.
El Departamento de Correccional ha informado que usted tiene una detención de inmigración y eso es algo que esta corte no tiene jurisdicción sobre ese tema.
At this time, the court is going to ask the state what they're asking for in terms of bond.
En ese momento vamos a preguntarle a la fiscalía a ver qué tienen en cuanto a fianza.
The state would ask for a standard bond of $1,000, Your Honor.
La fiscalía solicita fianza estándar de $1,000.
All right, the court is going to enter standard bond in the amount of $1,000 plus the stay away order.
Entonces voy a emitir fianza estándar de $1,000 más una orden de alejamiento.
Okay, Mr. Rayo Tremino, please stay in touch with your attorney, sir. Have a good day.
Señor Rayo Tremiño, por favor, manténgase en contacto con sus abogados. Que tenga buen día.
All right, the next case the court is calling is David Vega, M25-14095. Mr. Vega, please step forward. David Vega, please step forward.
English? Would you prefer English? Okay.
All right, good morning, Mr. Vega.
Good morning, Judge.
All right, We're here on case M25-14095. The court is going to appoint the public defender's office for purposes of this hearing. The court has reviewed the arrest form in your case and finds probable cause for your arrest. The court is also going to enter an order of pretrial release. Did you hear the court read that order to everyone at the beginning of the bond hearing, sir?
You said pre-trial release, what does that mean?
At the beginning of the hearing, sir, I read an order that applies to everyone in custody and that they need to comply with upon the release.
Okay,
Did you remember hearing that order, sir?
yes,
Okay. And did you understand the conditions that I read, sir?
yes,
Okay. In your order, sir, there's to be no contact with the alleged victim. The name of that person is Oreste Vega. Do you understand?
yes.
If you lived with Oreste Vega, you will be allowed to return one time only within 48 hours with a police officer to pick up any necessary belongings. Do you understand, sir?
So the place where I live with my mom, him, and my dad, I'm not allowed to go there no more?
Sir, what I'm saying to you is that at this time, you will be allowed to go back to pick up your things accompanied by a police officer, and until the order is modified or terminated, you will not be allowed to live there because the alleged victim lives there. So you're going to need to find alternate housing. Do you understand, sir?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to be in the streets, basically.
Sir, please communicate with your attorney, sir.
Okay.
You're going to get the number for that office today, and they will be able to assist you.
Okay,
And any modifications to be made to the order that applies, they can make a written motion to the judge assigned to your case, okay?
okay.
All right, sir. State, what are you asking for in terms of bond?
Your Honor, for the charge of misdemeanor battery in the first degree, we would request $1,000 bond. And for the charge of criminal mischief, a misdemeanor in the first degree, the state would request a $500 bond.
Okay. All right, so as to,
Your Honor, he's on felony bond on F25827.
Want to put a hold on that?
yeah, F25827, you said?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Sir, okay, first of all, the court is going to enter a felony hold for case F25827. You have an open felony case, sir. You were out on that felony case when you picked up this case. So the judge who is in charge of your felony case, sir, has the right to review the arrest, your arrest, and make determinations. So you're going to have to see that felony judge. The court is going to place a felony hold right now for that case. And at this time, with regards to M2514095, as to count one, the court is going to enter standard bond in the amount of $1,000. As to count two, the court is going to enter standard bond in the amount of $500 plus the stay away orders, okay?
So I'm not getting,
I can hear you, sir.
Sorry, no, you're gonna see your felony judge first, okay?
but
You're
it's the
both-
problem, like, I have so many things going.
Yes, I figured. Yeah, no. All right, the next case is Kirkwood Clark, M2514132. Mr. Clark, please step forward. Good morning, Mr. Clark.
Good morning, Judge.
All right, sir. The court is going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you for purposes of this hearing. And the court has reviewed the arrest form in your case, and the court finds probable cause for your arrest.
You don't have to say anything.
Did you hear the court read the order of pretrial release, Mr. Clark, at the beginning of the hearing?
Yes, Judge.
Did you understand the conditions that I read, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Among the conditions is that there's to be a stay away order from the alleged victim. In this case, the alleged victim's name is Jazari Zaire Hammond. Do you understand, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And if you reside with the alleged victim, sir, you will be allowed to return to the home one time only to pick up any necessary belongings, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Ms. Panus, yes?
I'm here.
I'm sorry, you're here on this case, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, give me one moment, sir. I'll address you. As soon as I hear from the state, you can stand up at the podium so that you can be heard. Okay. State, what are you asking for in terms of bond?
Your Honor, the state would request a standard bond of $1,000.
Okay. Sir, good morning. Mr. Clark, there's someone in the courtroom right now in courtroom 1-5 that is here on your behalf. Sir, please state your name for the record.
Horace Givens Jr.
Okay. Okay. What is your relation to Mr. Clark, sir?
He's my best friend and fraternity brother. I'm here because his mother is 85 or 88, I forget which one. She had another procedure last week. She's bedridden. He's her primary care. All of his siblings are either in Chicago, Atlanta, or New Jersey, and he has to take care of theirs. He has arranged for home care. There's a nurse that comes every day or every other day. He's her primary care. She just had another procedure last week. We just brought her back home on Monday, and his brothers, his siblings are all gone back to their respective homes, families, and it's going to be an extra hardship on her. I'll be leaving during the week, going to Atlanta for a family reunion for a couple of weeks, so I can't go there for him every day checking on his mother.
Okay. All right. I understand, sir. He does have a bond of $1,000.
Right.
And as soon as that is posted, he will be able to get out, and there's a stay away order from the alleged victim.
That's his mother's home. He retired so that he could take care of her because her health got.
Okay. Is Jazari Hammond, sir? That's the great nephew. And you're saying that they live in the same residence though?
It's his mother's home, yes.
I understand, sir. I don't see that the victim is here. So at this time, sir, I'm sure that the public defender's office is making a note of what you're saying. They will reach out, and they're gonna be able to place a motion on calendar to modify the stay away order to peaceful contact if that's the case. But at this time, sir, he cannot be at the home.
Okay, where do I go now to get him out?
TGK?
TGK? Could you ask him what does he want to do? Does he want it?
Does the bondsman have to go or you go?
Or we pay the money, correct? The $1,000. Okay.
Right. Or you can get a bondsman, sir.
Okay. I'm on the way, Kurt.
Okay, Ms.
Call our office, okay?
Clark, there is Mr.
Yes, ma'am.
Your best friend is going to be heading over, okay?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, sir, for being here today.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Clark, you may be seated, and please let your attorney know about the circumstances regarding your mom, okay?
Thank you, Judge.
All right, sir. So in this case, it's $1,000 plus the stay away order. I don't know if I announced that or not. The next case I have is Milton Perez, M25-14136.
Morning, Judge.
Perez.
Mm.
Okay. All right, so sir, the court is going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you. The court has reviewed the arrest form in your case and finds probable cause for your arrest. The court is going to enter an order of pretrial release, sir. Did you hear the court read that order at the beginning of the bond hearing?
No, I'm sorry, I didn't, no, I didn't. Say it again, please.
Yes, sir. The following order of pretrial release applies to you, sir.
Mhm.
Upon your release from custody, you're not to engage in any criminal activity. You're not to use or possess any illegal drugs. You're not to use, purchase, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, or ammunition. You
Yeah.
must immediately surrender any of those items if you have them, as well as any concealed weapons permits to the nearest police department. They will provide a property receipt, and you or your attorney can file that receipt with the court. You are to have no contact with the alleged victim in the case. In your particular case, it is Hamid Elijah Perez.
Yeah,
That means no contact in person, in writing, by phone, through social media, or any other electronic means, or through third persons. You must stay at least 500 feet away from the alleged victim at all times, including their home, school, and/or place of employment. If you resided with the alleged victim, sir, you will be allowed to return to the home one time only within 48 hours of the entry of this order to pick up any necessary belongings that you might have, including clothing, medication, documents, work tools, etc. If you go without a police officer, sir, you are subject to arrest. The officer will ask for the house keys and turn them over.
What's anything about the case?
doesn't live with me.
Okay, so then fine.
Okay.
I'm sorry. What did Mr. Perez say, that he does not live with the person?
Correct.
Okay, so you do not, Mr. Perez, you're under oath. You do not reside with Hamid Elijah Perez?
No, he was living with me. He's not living with me now. He's with his mother.
He's not living with you at all?
No. Mm-mm.
Okay. Ms. Panus, do you have the information regarding where the alleged victim resides?
Yes, Your Honor. One moment. The alleged victim appears to. Your Honor, per the A form, the alleged victim's address is 8167 Northwest 41st Street, apartment 407, Doral, Florida, 33166.
Which is the same address as Mr. Perez? Okay. I see it as the same address. Mr. Perez, your attorney can modify this order if that's not the case. But as far as we can tell from the arrest form, the two of you live together.
We'll figure it out for you, okay?
Okay, so if that's not the case, the public defender's office can place the case before the court and modify this condition. But at this time, from my review and from what the state has, the two of you live together. State, what are you asking for in terms of bond?
The state would be requesting a standard bond in both cases. So for the first degree misdemeanor battery, the bond amount would be $1,000. And for the first degree misdemeanor of resisting an officer without violence, the state would request $500.
Okay, so the court is going to enter standard bond in the amount of $1,000 on count one, with the stay away order as to count one, and $500 on count two. All right, sir, have a good day. Thank you. Felly Marshall, M25-14138. Ms. Marshall, please step forward. Oh, Mr. Marshall, I apologize. Please step forward. All right, so the court is going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you for purposes of this hearing, sir. The court has reviewed the arrest form in your case and finds probable cause for your arrest. The court is also going to enter an order of pretrial release in your case, sir. Did you hear the court read the order at the beginning of the bond hearing, sir?
No.
Is that a yes, sir, or a no? Did you hear the court read the order of pretrial release with all the conditions?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Did you understand the
I'm
conditions, sir?
sorry, I want him to answer himself, not being told to
No, yes,
answer. Did you hear about the stay away order? You heard the whole announcement that the judge read at the beginning
yes.
about what you can and cannot do if you were released from jail?
Yes.
All right, and just so that the record is clear, the court asked the exact same question. I didn't put any words in his mouth. I
No,
said-
it was a new corrections, nodded his head and it made me feel that he wasn't answering himself, so it's not you, Judge.
Thank you,
For the
counsel. The record is clear that he's answering on his own. He understands all the conditions. Mr. Marshall, there's to be no contact with the alleged victim. In the case, Brenda Yose. And if you reside with the alleged victim, sir, you will be allowed to return to the home one time only, accompanied by a police officer to retrieve any necessary belongings. Do you understand, sir?
Yes.
Okay. What is the state asking for in terms of bond on this case?
Your Honor, the state would request standard bond of $1,000. And also just for the record, I see on the A form, it looks like the victim's name is Brenda Close.
Oh, okay, well, let me rewrite that because it looks like a Y and it just may be a C and an L that are really close together. So Brenda Close, C-L-O-S-E. All right, the court is going to enter standard bond, sir, in the amount of $1,000 with a stay away order from Brenda Close. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right, sir. Please stay in touch with your attorney, sir. Have a great day.
Right? That's a block.
Next case I have is Norges Sando.
Hi.
M251411.
And he does require a Spanish interpreter.
All right, thank you.
Ver aquí y ver allá.
With the assistance of the Spanish interpreter, the court is calling the case of Norges Sando, M25141149.
Este es el caso de Norge Sando, caso M25-141149.
Okay. Good morning, Mr. Sando.
Buenos días, señor Sando. Good morning.
Buenos días, señoría.
Good morning, Your Honor.
All right, the court is going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you for purposes of this hearing.
Se le va a asignar el abogado de oficio para que lo represente con respecto a esta audiencia.
The court has reviewed the arrest form in your case and finds probable cause for your arrest.
La jueza ha revisado el formulario de arresto en su caso y halló que sí existe motivo fundado por el arresto.
Okay, did you hear the court, sir, read the order of pretrial release that applies to everyone?
Señor, ¿usted escuchó cuando la juez leyó la orden de condiciones de libertad previa al juicio que se aplican a todos?
Escuché gran parte de lo que ella estaba diciendo en el meeting.
I heard most of...
Algunas cositas no las pude entender bien porque había conversaciones alrededor de mí, pero entendí que tengo derecho a ponerle un abogado público si no puedo pagar uno.
Okay, sir.
I understood most of the conditions that were stated, but there were some conversations around me, so I couldn't hear everything, but I did understand that I have the right to have a public defender represent me,
Que puedo defenderme solo si lo deseo.
that I can defend myself on my own if I'd like to.
Okay, sir, let me
Señor, un momento.
Okay.
order so that you're clear and that you don't miss any of the conditions, okay?
Voy a leerle la orden nuevamente para que usted entienda todo claramente y no le falte ninguna de las condiciones. ¿Está bien? Right.
Okay, sir, I have already appointed the public defender's office to represent you for purposes of this hearing.
Bueno, ya le he asignado el abogado de oficio para que lo represente con respecto a esta audiencia.
Okay. And the court is going to enter the following order that applies to you.
Se le va a emitir la siguiente orden judicial que se aplica para usted.
Upon your release, sir, you're to follow the following conditions.
Cuando lo dejen salir de la cárcel, usted tiene que seguir las siguientes condiciones.
You're not to engage in any criminal activity.
No puede involucrarse en ningún tipo de actividad actividad delictiva.
You're not to use or possess any illegal drugs.
No puede usar o poseer drogas ilícitas.
You're not to use, purchase, possess, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition.
No puede usar, tener, portar o comprar armas de fuego, pistolas, ningún tipo de arma ni munición.
You must immediately surrender any of those items if you have them, as well as any concealed weapons permits to the nearest police department.
Debe entregar de inmediato cualquiera de estos artículos que usted tenga y también cualquier tipo de permiso para portar armas ocultas. Tiene que entregarlos a la policía más cercana.
Once you do that, the police department will provide you with a property receipt, and you are to either file the receipt yourself with the court or give it to your attorney so that he or she can file it with the court.
Una vez que la policía le haya dado el recibo de la propiedad, usted tiene que entregárselo a su abogado para que lo presente ante la corte o usted mismo presentarlo ante la corte.
You are prohibited from having any contact, either direct or indirect, with the alleged victim in your case.
Se le prohíbe tener cualquier tipo de contacto directo o indirecto con la presunta víctima del caso.
In your case, the alleged victim's name is Giannis Parada Garrido.
En su caso, la presunta víctima se llama Giannis Parado Garrido.
And you are to have no contact either in person, in writing, by telephone, through social media, or any other electronic means, or through third persons.
Se le prohíbe tener contacto con ella en persona, por escrito, por teléfono, a través de medios sociales o a través de cualquier tipo de medio electrónico, ni tampoco puede tener contacto a través de terceros.
You must stay at least 500 feet away from her at all times.
Usted tiene que mantenerse a una distancia de al menos 500 pies de ella en todo momento.
This includes her home, her place of employment, and her school.
Y esto incluye el lugar donde ella viva, estudia y trabaje.
Did you understand all those conditions, sir?
Señor, ¿usted ha entendido todas esas
Claro
condiciones?
claro que sí, su señoría, claro que sí.
Of course, Your Honor, of course, Your Honor.
All right, and this order, sir, is going to remain in place until it is modified or terminated by the judge assigned to your case. Do you understand?
Y esta orden permanecerá en efecto hasta que sea modificada o terminada, extinguida por parte del juez de la división. ¿Se entiende eso? I understand.
Okay. At this time, I'm going to ask the state attorney's office to state their position on bond.
En este momento voy a pedirle a la fiscalía que nos digan cuál es la posición que tienen con respecto a la fianza.
Your Honor, the state would request a standard bond of $1,000.
Su señoría, la fiscalía solicita fianza estándar de $1,000.
Es lo que lo que me estaba diciendo, 1,000 pesos.
That's what I was being told, 1,000.
No, puedo pagar.
Un momento, señor.
The court is going to enter standard bond in the amount of $1,000 plus a stay away order in favor of Ms. Garrido.
Entonces se va a emitir una fianza estándar de $1,000 y también una orden de alejamiento a favor de la señora Garrido.
And you will be before the division judge for your arraignment on July 21st at 9:30 in the morning.
Y usted se presentará ante el juez de la división el 21 de julio a las 9:30 de la mañana para la lectura de cargos.
No entendí esa última parte, por favor.
I didn't understand that last part.
Okay. You're here at your bond hearing, sir. The next step is the arraignment.
En este momento está en la audiencia de fianzas. El próximo paso será la lectura de cargos.
Okay. The state between now and July 21st will conduct an investigation, including speaking to the alleged victim.
Entre este momento y el 21 de julio, la fiscalía hará su investigación y eso incluye hablar con la presunta víctima.
And depending on their investigation, they may or may not file charges on July 21st.
Y dependiendo de esas investigaciones, ellos podrán hacerlo o no hacerlo. En ese momento deciden si presentan cargos en su contra.
Okay. And so the next hearing date before the judge assigned to your case, sir, is going to be July 21st at 9:30.
Entonces, la próxima audiencia que usted tendrá frente al juez que esté asignado a su caso será el 21 de julio del 2025 a las 9:30 de la mañana.
¿En la dirección cuál?
At what address?
You're gonna get the number to the public defender, sir. The address for the arraignment is going to be, you will receive notice in the mail. And the
Usted-
address is going to be the Lawson Building, sir.
Señor, le van a dar el teléfono de los abogados de oficio, ahí usted puede averiguar con ellos, y la dirección donde usted tiene que estar será el edificio Lawson y Thomas, y usted va a recibir eso por correo, una notificación.
Judge, you may be able to appear via Zoom, or you need to appear in person. The address is going to be 175 Northwest First Avenue.
Usted, dependiendo del juez que se le sea asignado, es posible que usted pueda comparecer por Zoom, quizás sea por Zoom o si no en persona. Y si es en persona, la dirección es la 175 Northwest Primera Avenida.
Okay?
Thank you so much. Can I ask a question, please?
¿Me puedes preguntar a mí?
So, yo estoy en los últimos meses de finalizar la carrera de radiología. Empiezo la práctica el lunes de esta semana que entra ahora. ¿Yo puedo continuar o eso me va a afectar la carrera? Trabajo en Miami Design District como security guard. ¿Puedo continuar o eso me va a afectar la carrera?
Llámanos a nosotros
El
y te
trabajo.
ayudamos, puedes seguir estudiando, ¿ok? Llama a nuestra oficina para lo de la seguridad y nos dices toda esa información, ¿ok?
La oficina es
Ese es el número.
a la oficina.
Sí, ¿ok? Ok, gracias.
Pase excelente día.
Okay, if the interpreter could just translate and I'll just briefly answer Mr. Sando.
Yeah.
Yes, Judge. I
She-
just wasn't sure if he was speaking to his attorney. I think
Well,
he
he was
just didn't
directing
mute.
the question
Yeah.
to the court first, and then his attorney was assisting him.
Yes, Judge. I'm in my last few months of studying radiology, and I start on Monday. I wanted to know if I still can be able to continue, if this is going to affect me. I work as a security guard.
All right, sir. There should be no issue with you being able to go to work, to go to school on Monday. I
Señor,
think-
no debe haber ningún problema con que usted vaya a estudiar el día lunes,
Okay. Or to go to work, sir.
ni tampoco con respecto a su trabajo.
However, if you want to discuss that in detail, please contact your attorney at the public defender's office on Monday, okay?
Sin embargo, si usted quiere hablar sobre eso en detalle, por favor, comuníquese con sus abogados el día lunes, con los abogados de oficio.
Okay, right now, the main point is that you're to stay away from the alleged victim, Ms. Garrido, and not commit any crimes, okay?
En este momento, el punto esencial o lo más importante es que usted se mantenga alejado de la señora Garrido y que no cometa ningún tipo de delito.
Entiendo.
I understand.
All right, sir. Good luck to you, sir. Have a good day.
Buena suerte, señor, que tenga buen día.
Okay. Next case is Carlos Rodríguez.
Does require a Spanish interpreter, Judge.
Thank you. With the assistance of the Spanish interpreter. Good morning, Mr. Rodríguez.
Morning.
Buenos días, señor.
Buenos días.
Good morning.
Okay. Mr. Rodríguez, the court is going to appoint the public defender to represent you for purposes of this hearing.
Señor Prorrío, se le va a asignar al abogado de oficio para que lo represente con respecto a esta audiencia.
The court has reviewed the arrest form in your case and finds probable cause for your arrest.
He revisado el formulario de arresto en este caso y hallo que sí existe motivo fundado por el arresto.
Okay. Did you hear the court read the order of pretrial release, sir, that applies to everyone?
Señor, ¿usted escuchó cuando se leyó la orden de libertad previa al juicio que se aplica para todos?
No muy claro porque había mucha bulla en la sala.
Not very clear because there was a lot of noise in the room.
All right, sir, I'm going to review that order with you now.
Bien, señor, entonces voy a repasar esa orden con usted ahora.
Upon your release from custody, sir, the following conditions apply.
Cuando lo dejen salir de la cárcel, las siguientes condiciones se aplicarán.
You are not to engage in any criminal activity.
Usted no podrá involucrarse en ningún tipo de actividad delictiva.
You're not to use or possess any illegal drugs.
No puede usar o poseer drogas ilícitas.
You're
Okay.
not to use,
Okay.
purchase, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, or ammunition.
No puede usar, tener, portar ni comprar ningún tipo de arma de fuego, pistolas, ningún tipo de arma ni munición.
Okay.
Okay.
Must immediately surrender any of those items if you have them to the nearest police station along with any concealed weapons permits.
Usted debe entregar cualquiera de esos artículos, si es que usted los tiene, a la policía más cercana junto con un permiso para portar armas ocultas si la tiene.
Okay.
Okay.
And you will receive a property receipt from the from the police department. And you are to provide that property receipt to the court or give it to your attorney to file with the court.
Usted recibirá por parte de la policía un recibo de propiedad. Usted tiene que entregárselo a su abogado para que lo entreguen directamente a la corte o usted mismo lo presenta ante la corte.
Okay, perfecto.
Okay, perfect.
You're not to have any contact, direct or indirect, with the alleged victim in your case, with the initials of NJD.
Usted no puede tener ningún tipo de contacto, ya sea contacto directo o indirecto, con la presunta víctima de este caso que tiene las iniciales NJD.
And
Okay.
that person may be in court this morning. I see someone raising their hand.
Y esa persona es posible que esté en la corte el día de hoy. Veo que alguien está levantando la mano.
I will address the person in court before me after I finish with the reading of the order.
Cuando termine de leer la orden, entonces hablaré con esa persona.
Okay.
Está bien.
That's fine.
Okay, so at this time, there should be no contact with the alleged victim and JD, meaning no contact in person, in writing, by phone, through social media, or any other electronic means, or through third persons.
Entonces, en este momento no puede tener ningún tipo de contacto directo o indirecto con la persona que tiene las iniciales NJD. No puede tener contacto en persona, por escrito, por teléfono, a través de medios sociales o a través de medios electrónicos, ni tampoco a través de terceros.
You must stay 500 feet away. You must stay at least 500 feet away from the alleged victim at all times, including from the home, place of employment, and/or school.
Usted debe mantenerse a una distancia de al menos 500 pies de donde esté la presunta víctima, ya sea donde viva, estudia o trabaja.
Perfecto.
Perfect.
You will be allowed to return to the home one time only, accompanied by a police officer to retrieve necessary belongings.
Si usted vive con la presunta víctima, a usted se le permitirá regresar a la casa una sola vez acompañado de un oficial de la policía.
Okay.
Okay.
And you're to turn over the house keys to the officer.
Y usted debe entregar las llaves de la casa al policía. Y cuando va con la policía es para retirar cualquier tipo de artículo personal suyo y solamente puede ir a las 48 horas después de que se le haya dejado salir de la cárcel.
Okay.
Okay.
On your own, sir, without a police officer, that will subject you to arrest.
Si usted llega a ir a la casa solo, señor, sin ir acompañado de la policía, usted queda sujeto a ser arrestado.
Okay.
Okay.
So do you understand all the conditions, sir, that I read?
Señor, ¿usted ha entendido todas las condiciones que le he leído?
Entendido.
Understood.
And the order will remain in place, sir, until it is modified or terminated by the court, meaning the judge assigned to your case.
Señor, entonces la orden permanecerá en efecto hasta que sea modificada o terminada por parte de la corte, queriendo decir el juez asignado a su caso.
Okay.
Okay.
After this bond hearing, sir, the next court date will be July 21st at 9:30 in the morning for your arraignment.
Después de esta audiencia, la próxima audiencia que usted tendrá, señor, será el 21 de julio a las 9:30 de la mañana para la lectura de cargos.
Okay.
Your
Okay.
lawyer will let you know whether you need to appear in person or by Zoom.
Su abogado le dejará saber si usted tiene que comparecer por Zoom o en persona.
Okay.
Okay.
And July 21st, the state attorney's office will investigate the case and determine whether or not any charges will be filed on July 21st.
Entre esta fecha y el día del 21 de julio, la fiscalía investigará el caso y determinarán si se presentarán cargos en esa fecha.
Okay. Entendido.
Okay, I understood.
There's someone in the courtroom. If that person can please step forward.
¿Hay alguien aquí en la sala? Por favor, si esa persona puede pasar adelante.
Okay, ma'am, are you here on First of all, do you need the Spanish interpreter?
Sorry, Your Honor, for Mr. Rios, what were the bonds for the case?
We haven't addressed that yet.
Todavía no se ha dicho cuáles son las condiciones de fianza en este caso.
I'm going to hear from the person in court first, okay?
Quiero que la persona que está aquí en la sala, por favor, quiero dirigirme a esa persona primero.
All right, so ma'am, good morning. What is your name?
Buenos días, señora. ¿Cómo es su nombre?
Buen día, mi nombre es Beatriz Castillo.
Good morning. My name is Beatriz Castillo.
Ms. Castillo, if you can just be closer to the microphone so we can hear you better. What is your to Mr. Carlos Rios?
Señora, por favor, acérquese más al micrófono para que la escuchemos bien y dígame cómo está relacionada usted con el señor Pro Ríos.
Es mi hermano.
He's my brother.
Okay. All right, ma'am. Is there anything that the court can help you with this morning?
Señora, ¿hay algo con lo cual la juez le pueda ayudar el día de hoy?
Sí, la víctima quiere hablar con usted. Está en Zoom.
Yes, the victim wants to speak to you. The person's on Zoom.
All right, if we can get the Galaxy tab S7, is that the victim, ma'am?
Galaxy Tab S7, ¿esa es la víctima, señora?
Sí.
Yes.
All right, ma'am, if you can please turn on your video, please, so that the court can see you.
Por favor, si puede encender el video para que la juez la pueda ver.
¿Me escuchan?
Can you hear me?
I can, but I cannot see you, ma'am.
Sí la escucho, pero no la puedo ver.
You need to turn on your video.
Tiene que encender el video.
I think she may have disconnected. Let me see. I think she's
Ahora sí. Ahora sí.
No. Now.
All right. Good morning, ma'am. Can you please raise your right hand to be sworn?
Buenos días, señora. Por favor, levante la mano derecha para prestar juramento.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
¿Jura o afirma que el testimonio que usted dará será la verdad, toda la verdad y nada más que la verdad?
Juro que el testimonio que daré ahora es la verdad y nada más que la verdad.
I swear that the testimony that I give will be the truth and nothing but the truth.
Okay. Ma'am, please, you can lower your right hand. Please state your name for the record.
Ya puede bajar la mano. Por favor, diga su nombre para que quede registrado en el acta.
Mi nombre es Nancy Joana Duarte Martínez.
My name is Nancy Joana Duarte Martinez.
Okay, Ms. Duarte Martinez, you are the person with the initials NJD, correct?
Señora
Correcto.
Duarte Martínez, usted es la persona que tiene iniciales NJD, correct?
Correcto.
And you are the alleged victim in this case, correct?
Y usted es la presunta víctima de este caso, ¿correcto?
Correcto.
Correct.
All right, ma'am. What would you like the court to know?
Bien, señora, ¿qué es lo que usted quisiera decirle a la juez?
Primeramente, darle las gracias por darme la oportunidad de hablar ahora en este hearing.
First of all, I'd like to thank you for giving me the opportunity of speaking during this hearing.
Lastimosamente, hubiese querido atender personalmente, pero el prosecutor me dijo que yo no podía atender a la audiencia, tenía que hacerlo por vía Zoom, porque yo venía acompañada con varios documentos para mostrarle a la jueza.
Your Honor, unfortunately, I was not able to appear in person because the prosecutor told me that I had to do this through Zoom, but I did have several documents that I would like to show.
Okay, ma'am. What is it that you want the court to know, ma'am?
Bien, señora, ¿qué es lo que usted quisiera informarle a la juez?
Primeramente, no me considero una víctima de violencia doméstica. Todo esto fue un malentendido, una discusión que se llegó a escalar debido a problemas emocionales que estoy teniendo.
Okay, un momento. First of all, I'd like to say that this is not a domestic violence case. This all was a misunderstanding that was an argument that just escalated because of emotional issues that I am going through.
Estoy atravesando por problemas médicos desde algunos meses atrás y tomando medicación. Yo traía todos los documentos para que la jueza los viera, sobre todo un medicamento que se llama medroproxigesterona, que me lo han recetado en dosis altas, el cual he aprendido, medroproxigesterona.
Okay, un momento, por favor. And I have been having medical issues for the past few months. I'm taking medication and I had the documents to be able to show to Your Honor. I've been taking specifically a medication called medroxyprogesterona, and this is at a very high dose.
Y he aprendido, y con los doctores lo he platicado, que puede causar, afectar o impactar la salud mental de una persona.
And I've learned through doctors that this could cause a person to have mental health issues.
Como cambios en el humor, irritabilidad, depresión.
This could lead to having changes in behavioral issues, depression.
So, lo que ocurrió ese día realmente fue que yo estaba teniendo un momento muy emocional. Estaba teniendo un ataque de ansiedad y me estaba sintiendo asfixiada. Le dije a él que se fuera de la casa.
So what happened on that day is that I was having a very emotional day. I was feeling anxious. I was feeling anxiety, and I asked him to leave the house.
Yo entiendo que él estaba tratando de ayudarme porque ahí viven nuestras dos hijas.
I understood that he was trying to help me because our two daughters live there.
Yo realmente siento que debido a todos los efectos de este tratamiento hormonal, mis respuestas durante ese incidente fueron exageradas.
I do truly believe that because of all of this hormonal treatment that I am undergoing, my responses were exaggerated.
Y le dije a él que lo amenacé para asustarlo de que iba a llamar al 911, simplemente porque yo lo que quería era que él se fuera para yo tranquilizarme.
And I do state that I did threaten him to scare him, telling him that I was going to call 911 so he would leave so that I could calm down.
Cuando llamé a la operadora inmediatamente, él se fue y yo le dije a la operadora, yo llamé solo porque quería que mi esposo dejara la casa, pero él ya se fue, no es necesario que envíen a ninguna patrulla de policía.
So when I called the operator, I told them that he had already left. I said I just wanted my husband to leave, that it wasn't necessary to send anyone because he had already left.
No hubo agresión física en ningún momento, no hubo daño, ni intención de él de causarme ningún daño.
There was no physical altercation at any time. There were no injuries at any time. He did not try to hurt me at any moment.
El teléfono, él lo agarró, pero eso fue una situación, no fue un battery, como está ahí dicho. Él agarró el teléfono porque yo estaba forcejeándolo el teléfono a él.
He grabbed the phone, but there was no battery the way it says there. He grabbed the phone because I was the one that was struggling with him for the phone.
So, pido por favor que se consideren estas situaciones específicas, sobre todo que él es la única persona con la que yo cuento en este país. Yo no tengo ningún miembro familiar.
I please ask so that these things be taken into consideration, especially because of the fact that I don't have anybody else in this country. He's the only person I have.
Tengo una cirugía programada para el 17 de julio, en la cual supuestamente él es la persona que me iba a acompañar y me iba a ayudar con el cuidado de mis dos hijas. Aquí mismo tengo el appointment de la cita. Yo traía todos los documentos médicos, hasta los comentarios médicos de las doctoras de cómo los tratamientos me han estado afectando emocionalmente, porque se los he dicho a ellas, también a las doctoras.
So I have surgery programmed for July 17th, and he was the one who was going to accompany me and help me take care of my two daughters. I have the appointment here. I also have documents here from the doctors specifying how my treatment has caused me emotional issues, because I did comment this to them.
Desafortunadamente, traje muchos documentos. El prosecutor me dijo que no podía yo entrar, sino todos estos documentos yo se los hubiera enseñado a la jueza para que ella viera que no hubo absolutamente ningún tipo de violencia doméstica. Fue un momento mío de ataque de ansiedad que tuve.
So I Unfortunately, I do have all of these documents that I wanted to show Your Honor, but the prosecutor told me that I could not go into the courtroom because I did want to show these documents to Your Honor. I wanted you to know that there was absolutely no type of domestic violence. This was all because of a unfortunate moment that I was having due to my anxiety attack.
Okay, so, Ms. Duarte, the court has heard your testimony. Thank you for appearing today.
Bien, señora Duarte, entonces la corte ha escuchado su testimonio. Muchas gracias por haber comparecido el día de hoy.
You do not know who the prosecutor was that you spoke to.
No sé con cuál fiscal será que usted había hablado.
Se llama Javier Juárez.
The name is Javier Juárez.
Okay, I don't know who that person is, ma'am. However, so that you know, the courthouse is always open to the public.
Bien, no conozco a esa persona, señora, pero quiero que usted sepa que las salas del tribunal siempre están abiertas al público.
Incluso le pregunté si había algún abogado defensor de que le fuera a representar a mi esposo y él me dijo de que no iba a tener ningún abogado defensor, que lo único que, porque yo le dije, yo como víctima, yo quiero hablar, yo realmente no hay un caso de violencia doméstica. Empezando por, desde el momento en que la policía llegó, yo les dije.
Okay, un momento, señora, por favor. I did ask for the attorney's name. I asked if he was going to have a public defender, and I was told that he wasn't going to have a public defender. And I said that as a victim, I wanted to be able to speak because I wanted to say that there was no domestic violence here. I even said that to the police.
Okay, Ms. Duarte, Ms. Duarte.
Y por favor.
Señora Duarte, un momento, por favor.
Okay, Ms. Duarte, I have heard your testimony.
Señora Duarte, ya escuché su testimonio.
There is a representative from the state attorney's office in the courtroom who is taking down everything you're saying.
Aquí hay un representante de la fiscalía que está tomando registro, está escribiendo todo lo que usted está diciendo.
In addition to the fact that this hearing is being recorded.
Y adicionalmente esta audiencia está siendo grabada.
The state attorney, please do not interrupt.
Un momento, por favor, no me interrumpa.
Okay. The state attorney's office will have an opportunity to investigate everything that you're saying.
La fiscalía tendrá la oportunidad de investigar todo lo que usted está diciendo.
Your husband is represented by an attorney. He is represented by the public defender's office. It has been appointed at the hearing.
Su esposo sí está siendo representado por una abogada. La abogada ha sido asignada al comienzo de la audiencia. Es una abogada de la Defensoría Pública.
There's an attorney right now at TGK who is with your husband.
En este momento hay una abogada que está ahí presente en TGK con su esposo.
And is providing him with a number to the public defender's office.
Y ella le está dando a él el teléfono desde de la oficina de los abogados de la Defensoría Pública.
So that he can reach out and speak directly to his attorney.
Para que él pueda así hablar directamente con su abogado.
Okay. My question, and it's very simple, is this incident happened on May 31st, correct?
Mi pregunta, pregunta sencilla, ¿este incidente sucedió el 31 de mayo?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. Was your husband living at the residence since May 31st until his arrest?
Su esposo ha estado viviendo en esa residencia desde el 31 de mayo hasta el día que fue arrestado.
Hay algo muy importante también que tiene que tener en consideración la jueza. Él
There's
trabaja
something
como...
very important for Your Honor to take into consideration.
That's not my question.
Esa no es mi pregunta.
The question, ma'am, that I need you to answer now is, has your husband been living at the residence since May 31st?
La pregunta que le estoy haciendo es que si su esposo ha estado viviendo en la casa desde el 31 de mayo.
Él vive parcialmente en la casa porque él trabaja como conductor de CDL driver, pasa la mayor parte del tiempo fuera.
He lives in the house part-time because he works as a CDL driver, so he spends most of the time away.
Okay, so I'm going to ask the state attorney's office, ma'am, first of all, for the amount of bond that they're asking for.
Bien, entonces primero lo que voy a hacer es que le voy a pedir a la fiscalía que me diga cuánto es el monto de fianza que están solicitando.
And my question to you, ma'am, is has he been at the home since May 31st? I know that he spends a lot of the time on the road, but has he been living under the same roof as you since May 31st at any point in time?
Bien, pero la pregunta que le estoy haciendo es la siguiente, señora. Yo sé que usted dice que él pasa mucho tiempo en la carretera, pero quiero saber si desde el 31 de mayo hasta la fecha, él ha estado en algún momento viviendo con usted.
Sí, él se queda, cuando él viene a la carretera, él se queda algunos días en la casa.
Yes, when he comes back home from being away, he stays some days at the house.
Okay, and has that happened during the month of June?
¿Y eso ha sucedido durante el mes de junio?
Sí.
Yes.
Inclusive fui yo quien lo llevó a él a hablar con el detective Juárez porque nunca creímos de que este caso iba a escalar de esta manera.
I was even the one who took him to Detective Juarez because we never thought that this case would escalate in this fashion.
All right, ma'am. So, state, what are you asking for in terms of bond?
Your
¿Qué
Honor,
está solicitando la fiscalía en cuanto a fianza?
Your Honor, the state route would request a standard bond of $1,000 for both charges.
Su señoría, la fiscalía solicita fianza estándar de $1,000 por ambos cargos.
Okay. And my next question, state, is with regards to what you have heard today from the alleged victim, Ms. Duarte, and the fact that this incident happened back in May 31st of this year and is not something that occurred within the last, 24 to 48 hours. Are you okay with with a no violent contact order at this time to allow the defendant to go home?
Yes, Your Honor.
Please.
One moment, please. Entonces, la pregunta que se le hace a la fiscalía es, dado el testimonio de la presunta víctima, la señora Duarte, dado el hecho de que este incidente fue el 31 de mayo de este año y no ha habido ningún incidente en las últimas 24 o 48 horas, estaría bien si se emite una orden judicial de tener contacto no violento.
Okay, and the state has said yes?
La fiscalía dijo que sí.
All right, so,
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
so that you understand, ma'am, your husband does have a bond.
Señora, para que a usted le quede claro, su esposo sí tendrá fianza.
The court is going to enter bond in the amount of $1,000 on count 1.
Se va a emitir fianza por la suma de $1,000 por el cargo número 1.
And that count, which is the battery charge, is going to have a modified stay away order with regards to you, which allows him to be home as long as that there is no violent contact.
Y este cargo, que es el cargo de agresión, tendrá una orden de alejamiento modificada, la cual le permite a él estar en la casa y tener contacto con usted siempre y cuando ese contacto no sea violento.
Muchas gracias por escucharme y tomar en cuenta mi declaración.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for hearing me and for taking it into account, taking my statement into account.
And the second count is also going to have a bond of $1,000 plus the same modified stay away order.
Y el segundo cargo tendrá también fianza de $1,000 con la misma orden de alejamiento modificada.
Okay, so Ms. Duarte and Mr. Rios, between now and July 21st, the state will investigate this case.
Entonces, señora Duarte y señor Ríos, la fiscalía investigará este caso desde este momento hasta el 21 de julio.
On July 21st, the state will announce whether or not they are ready to file charges or to drop the case.
El 21 de julio, la fiscalía anunciará si están listos para presentar cargos o si van a desestimar el caso.
All right,
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you so much.
ma'am, and take a sworn statement from you, okay?
I'm sorry, Judge, I couldn't hear.
Yes, the prosecutor assigned to the case will reach out to Ms. Duarte and will take a sworn statement from her in order to make a decision, okay?
Thank you. La fiscalía se va a comunicar con usted, señora Duarte, para tomarle una declaración bajo juramento y así tomar una determinación de cómo proceden con el caso.
Muchísimas gracias por todo.
Thank you very much for everything.
You're welcome, and your husband does have the services of the public defender. They will also conduct their own investigation, and a representative from that office is currently at the facility where your husband is at and has made notes of everything you've said, and she will communicate that to the attorney assigned.
Bien, señora, y su esposo está siendo actualmente representado por los abogados de la Defensoría Pública y él tiene una representante, una abogada que está ahí con él en la cárcel y ella ha tomado anotaciones de todo lo que se ha dicho y ellos también harán sus investigaciones.
Muchas gracias por la información, porque esa información solo la pude obtener de ustedes ahora.
Thank you very much for this information because I was only able to obtain this information from you now.
All right, you're welcome, ma'am, and thank you, Ms. Castillo, for being here in court on behalf of your brother.
Bien, muchas gracias, señora, y gracias, señora Castillo, por haber estado aquí presente en nombre de su hermano.
Mr. Duarte, you're free to disconnect.
Señora Duarte, ya puede desconectarse.
Gracias.
Thank you.
All right, have a good day.
Que tenga buen día.
All right, I have two cases that are civil compliance. I have Edwin Pearsall, 2023-016259 FC04. Good morning, Mr. Pearsall.
Good morning, sir.
All right, sir. You are in custody, sir, because back on June the 10th, the court issued a domestic violence warrant on this civil matter because you had failed to appear for the advocate program. Okay, so the court is first of all going to set aside the domestic violence warrant that issued back on June 10th. The court is going to release you on your own recognizance on 2023-016259 FC04. And the court is going to sign an order of referral to the advocate program. You are to contact the advocate program, sir, either online or through the number provided on the referral order. And what is the next date for civil contempt?
12.
Okay.
Yeah.
1 p.m. you said? Okay, sir. You are to report, sir, on August the 12th to courtroom 2A like Apple at 1 p.m. at the Lawson Courthouse Center. I'm writing the information on your order of referral that you will receive. The address is 175 Northwest 1st Avenue. I'm also including the address on the paperwork. Okay, sir, you need to report to the civil contempt calendar, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right, everything is on the
Have a
paper.
blessed holiday and thank you.
Yes, sir. Sir, before you go, Mr. Pearsall,
Yes, ma'am.
Pearsall, please. Mr. Pearsall, what is your current address, sir?
Living in back of my sister's house over by my mom's house, though.
What's the mailing address where you get mail, sir?
9800 Northwest 26th Avenue. Still there. Still get mail there.
9800 Northwest 26th Avenue?
Yes, ma'am. Still
That's in
get my mail.
Miami?
Sister brings it. Miami, Florida 33147.
33147.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there a phone number for you, sir, or an email?
No, I don't have a phone right now.
Okay, and you don't have an email address either?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so your address where you're at is 9800 Northwest 26th Avenue?
Yes.
All right, sir.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you.
Mr. Austin, please stand right there.
Okay. And then the last case I have on the is Gerald Austin, 2025-004406 FC04.
Sure.
Morning, Mr. Austin.
Good morning, sir, ma'am.
All right, sir. You are here because a domestic violence warrant issued on April 23rd of 2025 on this civil case. The court is going to go ahead and set aside the domestic violence warrant. The court is going to release you on your own recognizance. In addition, sir, the court is going to sign an order of referral to the advocate program. Sir, you need to reach out to the advocate program to enroll either online or by phone within 24 hours of getting the order, okay? You are going to be asked to report to the courthouse at the law center. I'm going to write that information on the order of referral. You need to be in court for civil compliance calendar on August the 6th at 1 p.m. in courtroom 2-A as in apple at the Lawson Courthouse Center, okay? And the address is 175 Northwest 1st Avenue. Do you understand, sir? I can't hear you, sir. Okay, I cannot hear Mr.
Sorry.
Austin.
Sorry, he's asking where that is located.
I'm sorry?
He's asking where that's located, but I'll provide him the address.
And I'm writing the address on the form, on the order of referral, okay? 175 Northwest 1st Avenue. It is on the order, including the date and time and courtroom number. Sir, what is your address, Mr. Austin?
Ma'am, I'm homeless right now, but I go to the program on 51st Street, North Center Jackson, on 51st, Overlocker. I go to the program I see the psychologist every 2 months.
Okay, sir. Well, we don't have a way of reaching you, sir.
Okay.
So I'm just letting you know, sir, you're going to receive the paperwork
Okay.
to appear in court on August the 6th on this case. And I don't know if you will have an address by then. You need to provide one to the court so that you can get paid.
You can send it to 131st, 133 Northwest Overlocker, over there, the apartment Yahweh had. That's where my mom lived. You send it right there in the mailbox.
Okay, I didn't get your address, sir.
131 Northwest Overlocker Street, 130, apartment 22.
Okay, 131
Yeah.
Northwest Opelika Street,
Yeah, apartment 22.
apartment 22.
Yes.
Do you know the zip code for that, sir?
I think it's 33150. I think.
Okay,
I'm for sure.
so that's your mom's home?
Yeah, mom.
Okay. Is there a phone number for you, sir, or an email?
I give my sister phone number. She in Georgia. She was moved from down south. She in Georgia. It's 305-338-5510. Her name is Angela Dukes.
55 3355
305-338-5510.
Whose number is that, sir?
My sister, Angela Dukes.
Angela Dukes, that's your sister. Okay.
Yes, my sister. Yeah, she 50.
Okay, I'll make a note. Okay, so All the information will be on the paper, sir, so be in court on August the 6th, and please call the number for the advocate program so that you can sign up, okay?
Okay, ma'am.
All right, sir, you're gonna be released on your own recognizance today.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
All right, sir. You need me to do something?
Stop your name.
Oh, yes, did I do that on this one? No. All right. So we're done with this. What do we,
Do misdemeanor now, misdemeanor traffic.
okay.
Good morning, Your Honor. This is Joanne Hennessy. I'm here for the city of Miami Beach, for the jail arraignment calendar. I know you just finished the misdemeanor or the DV calendar.
Yes, just now. Good morning,
Yeah.
Ms.
Good morning.
I don't have anything for this next. Hi, I'm Marie.
Hi.
What's your name?
Millie.
Millie. Hi, Millie. Okay,
See you later. Let's have it.
thank you. I'm sorry? Okay, I see.
If
It's my first time doing these. I know, thank you. What's your name?
Kate.
Kate and Millie, got it, okay. All right.
You write it down here. And it resets. If we close it out, then you write it here.
Okay. Wait, give me 1 minute. Okay. So Millie? Okay. So we click arraignment calendar?
Well, it's set on.
What's the set of, okay, all right, because it's an arraignment calendar, that's right.
Yeah, no, it's set on.
Okay. And I see a Detective Gamundi who has raised their hand. Detective, are you on Zoom? And I see that you're here on a case. Is that on the misdemeanor calendar case, sir?
Good morning, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can, sir.
Yes.
Okay. I'll make a note of it, sir. Let me see here. Okay, yes, I see it on the calendar. I'll call you in a minute, okay? And Ms. Hennessy, what case are you here on?
Your Honor, I'm here for the whole calendar, but there's 3 cases throughout the calendar.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Just let me know which ones are the ones you're here on, just so that I know.
For Mitchell, Sean is I think the 3rd case you have. Then William Watson is a couple cases later on the first page, or on my first page, which is
Okay.
not your first page. Hernandez, Santiago,
Okay.
and
these-
also Malcolm Cooper.
These are all misdemeanors? Okay,
They're all
so,
misdemeanors, and Your Honor, just to be clear, one of them is the state's case at this point, but there is a ordinance violation, so I just announced my appearance on that case, but the state handles it.
right, no worries. Okay.
Thank
So,
you.
Mitchell, Watson, Hernandez, Santiago, any other case?
No, just the four, Mitchell, Watson, Hernandez and Cooper.
Cooper, got it. Okay, I'll be with you shortly. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so we are starting the misdemeanor calendar. All right, so there's a case on the calendar. I'm gonna call the case of, I'm gonna handle first the case with the detective to get him in and out, because I'm sure he has things that he needs to do. And then I'm gonna take the Miami Beach cases, and then we'll be on the regular calendar.
Your Honor, just to be clear, the city would like me to sit through the whole calendar, so you don't have to take them out of order.
All right, no worries. I wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. All right, the court is gonna call the case of James Arthur Monts, M-O-N-T-S. See if I see that. This is on the misdemeanor calendar. Okay, I have the arrest form in front of me. And the detective is on Zoom. Let me take a look at the arrest form.
Mr. Mons is out on felony bond on F255248.
F25?
5248.
Okay. So the court is calling case B2514131. Mr. Mons, I believe, is present on Zoom. Is that correct, counsel?
Yes, Mr. Mons is here.
All right. Morning, Mr. Mons. Okay. The court is appointing the public defender's office to represent you for purposes of this hearing, sir.
Okay.
It has been brought to my attention by corrections that you have a felony case, F255248, for which you were out on release while this case and then you picked up this case. So there will be a felony hold on F255248, and you will have to appear before the felony judge. You understand, Mr. Mons?
Yeah.
Yes, I do.
The court has reviewed the arrest form and finds probable cause for your arrest. The court also notes that a detective is on Zoom on this case. Detective, good morning, sir. Do you wish to announce your appearance for the record?
Good morning, Your Honor. Detective Gamundi, FIU Police Department.
Good morning, Detective Gamundi. Did you wish to address the court at all, sir, with regards to this case?
Please, ma'am.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor. The reason I'm here is due to Mr. James Mons. He's been a nuisance to FIU for a while now. He's been arrested multiple times. He keeps coming back. He's been arrested for trespass after warning, robbery, possession of cocaine and multiple stuff. And he just keeps coming back, sleeps on campus, sneaks into rooms that obviously he's not allowed to, and still causes trouble to the FIU and the FIU community. I already, in one of his cases, I already spoke to another judge, and I believe they were working on a court stay away order from the FIU, all FIU campuses and properties.
Okay. All right. And the court has found probable cause for his arrest based on the arrest form. State, what kind of bond are you asking for in this case?
Your Honor, the state would be requesting a bond of 500 on the trespass charge, and the state also does have a stay away order.
Okay, is the $500 standard amount?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. All right, he has a felony hold. However, based on the testimony of Detective Gamundi, the court is going to enter an elevated bond in this case. The court is going to enter bond on this case of $2,000 plus the stay away order. The court is going to go ahead and sign the stay away order. This is as to the FIU campus at 3000 Northeast 151st Street. Is that correct?
Correct. And also the one on the South Campus on 11200 Northwest 8th Street. He's been trespassed from all campuses.
Okay, the case before me though is with regards to the one on North Campus, right?
Yes, Your Honor, because on cameras, every time they see him on the South Campus, they'll catch him right away. So he's going now to the North Campus.
And Judge, just for the record, I would object to the elevated bond as the state has requested a $500 standard bond. I would agree with the state that that is sufficient and he should be given a $500 standard bond. And he also has the hold anyway. I understand that, which is another reason why it shouldn't be elevated because he does have a hold anyway. So it should be the $500.
Okay, respectfully, counsel, the court does have discretion to enter an elevated bond. The fact that he is out on pretrial release on a felony case and has committed a new law violation for which this court has found PC, the court in its discretion can impose an elevated bond. And in addition, taking into account the testimony of the detective from FIU police. So the court is going to, over your objection, enter bond in the amount of $2,000. He will be before the felony judge on this case, and the court is entering the stay away order at this time as regards to FIU campus at the address on the arrest form. Detective, I understand from what you're telling me that the court, that some other judges is looking into an all-encompassing stay away order. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So I'm going to leave. Who is the judge that's doing that?
I don't recall. This was around last time he got arrested. I showed up in Zoom as well, and the judge said that they'll be granting one.
Okay. Well, I'm going to leave it then with that judge right now. He is has to appear before the felony judge. He's being held no bond on the felony case. There's a felony hold right now on that. On the felony case, there's a felony hold and there's bond in the amount of $2,000 plus the stay away order. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, sir, for appearing today.
Thank you.
Mr. Mons, please stay in touch with your attorney, sir. Have a good day. Okay, Millie? Where do I have to write the amount or you do?
No, you're writing it down.
Okay.
And are you doing hold or there's already?
I'm entering a felony hold. I don't know if there's any paperwork I need to fill out for that, but okay. So felony hold on F25, and then in this case, it's $2,000. Right. But Miss, do you need my stamp on this? Yeah. If I'm missing anything, let me know. Okay, so I'm going to go in order. Courtney McNeil. Counsel, is that Miss McNeil?
Yes, Your Honor.
Good morning, Miss McNeil.
Hello, good morning.
All right, Miss McNeil, I'm going to appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you for purposes of this hearing.
Okay.
The court has reviewed the arrest form in your case and finds probable cause for your arrest.
Does she know $39?
State what is the bond amount that you're asking for.
The state would be requesting the standard bond, which is $150. Additionally, Your Honor, the state does have a state limit.
Okay.
I'm sorry, we really can't hear the state. I don't know if she's talking into the mic.
All right, she said that she was asking for standard bond for the petty theft charge. I believe she said 150. Is that correct, State?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So
Your
standard
Honor, if I may.
dollars plus a stay away order from the target located at 1045 5th Street in Miami Beach, 33139.
Your Honor, if I may, Ms. McNeil has no priors. She does have an address, some places she can stay. She's not a flight risk. And given she has no priors here in Miami-Dade that I can see, I would be asking for ROR, if not at least pretrial services, with an address that she has with an alternate bond of 150.
Okay. She has no prior state?
One moment, Your Honor. No, Your Honor, the defendant does not have priors.
Okay. Do you have any objection to pretrial services with alternate bond being 150?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so on count, well, it's only one count. On count one, the court is going to allow for pretrial services, alternate bond, $150. And there's going to be a stay away order from the target on Miami Beach at 1045 5th Street. Ms. McNeil, do you understand?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Your Honor.
All right, ma'am. Please stay in touch with your attorney, ma'am. Also? Oh, I apologize. Okay. Thank you. All right, next case is Emily Million.
She's a bond out, Your Honor.
Bonded out already?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so nothing to do. Chandra Collins?
Your Honor, Ms. Collins has a new felony. Cocaine. It's a cocaine possession. She will be on your bond hearing calendar.
Okay.
Only addressing the traffic bench warrant, the DWS.
Yes, I see that here. Okay, there's a bench warrant that issued back on April 2nd of 2024 for $3,500. Okay, and she is before the court now? Miss Collins?
Yeah. She's at the podium, Your Honor.
So the court is going to keep the bond in the amount of $3,500. Where do I write that out? Okay, I'm gonna keep the bond that was issued of $3,500. And that's before Judge Alverzine on the traffic citation. And then she'll be back for the felony case, correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right, anything further then?
Are we assigned on this case, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am. The PD is going to be appointed.
Okay, that's it.
All right, thank you. Here. Thank you. All right, next case I have is Alan Gask.
Honor, the next one is Sean Mitchell.
Okay, oh, I apologize, Sean Mitchell, you're correct.
Your Honor, Joanne Hennessy for the city of Miami Beach.
All right. All right, good morning, Mr. Mitchell. All right, the court has appointing the public defender to represent you, sir. And the court has reviewed the arrest form in your case and does find probable cause for your arrest. Ms. Hennessy?
Your Honor, we would ask for an elevated bond. This is, Mr. Mitchell has multiple priors from 2025, including some late in 2024. And anyway, I'd ask for an elevated bond of $300.
Okay, what is standard bond?
$150.
Okay,
Judge, if I may, I understand the arrest form says that Mr. Mitchell said no to shelter, but he then said yes. I think he misunderstood the officers and they didn't provide him with that shelter
Your Honor, if
required.
I can respond, I'm sorry. It looks from the A form as if he was approached by the homeless task force and offered shelter, and also it indicates on the that he did decline the offer, which is all we're required to do as the city under the ordinance. It was only upon noticing that there was law enforcement officers present that he seemed to change his mind. So he was offered, he declined, and the arrest was made.
okay, the court is going to enter bond in the amount of $300. Is there a stay away order or anything that the court needs to sign or no, Ms. Hennessy?
Your Honor, if the state could help me out with a stay away order, it's 1000 Lincoln Road. It's basically at Lincoln and Michigan Avenue.
1000 block of Lincoln Road, okay, corner of Michigan Avenue and Lincoln Road, correct?
Yes,
All right, I will go ahead and sign that order.
thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, next case is Alan Matthew Gask. Mr. Gask, please step forward.
We're waiting for him to be brought into the room.
Okay, no problem. Thank you. Hey, good morning, Mr. Gask. Okay, good morning, sir. The court is going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you for purposes of this hearing. All right, the court has reviewed the arrest form in your case, sir. And the court finds probable cause for your arrest. State, what are you asking for in terms of bond?
Your Honor, the state would be requesting the standard bond in this case, which is $500, and the state is also turning over now a stay away order.
Okay.
Judge, if I may. Mr. Gask has very few priors.
Grand theft conviction from 2022, a withhold on a threatening an officer from 2019, and another conviction for a felony resisting an officer with violence.
And Judge, if I may, Mr. Gass cannot afford that bond, which is tantamount to no bond at all. I'd be asking for a TAP, the alternative program, so that they can find him a shelter placement and special set date on the homeless calendar.
Okay. Okay, I'm not gonna release him on his own cognizance, so. The court is going to. What was the amount state?
500, Your Honor.
Okay, the court is going to enter bond in the amount of 500. Any modifications can be placed before the county court judge. And there's going to be a stay away order from Havana, 1957, which is located at 819 Lincoln Road, Miami Beach, 33139. Next case is William Watson.
Your Honor, this is Joanne Hennessy. I'm just announcing my appearance for the city of Miami Beach. This is the state's case at this time.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Hennessy. All right, Mr. Watson, good morning, sir.
Good morning, ma'am. How are you?
I'm good, sir. The court is going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you for purposes of this hearing. The court has reviewed the arrest form in your case and does find probable cause for the arrest. State, what is the bond amount that you're asking for?
The state would be requesting the standard bond on the drug paraphernalia charge, which would be $500. On the resisting officer without violence, the state will be requesting the standard bond of 500, and then for the camping prohibited charge, the state would be asking the standard bond of 150.
Okay, and are you also seeking a stay away order on count 3? Which has to do with the location of 1000 block of Lincoln Road, corner of Lincoln and Michigan?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
And Judge, I would be asking for the alternative program. Mr. Watson would require shelter and cannot afford the standard bonds, which is tantamount to no bond at all. So we'd be asking for the alternative program.
Does he have a prior record state?
Yes, Your Honor, the defendant does have a long list of priors.
Okay. All right, respectfully, counsel, the court is going to enter bond in the amount of $500 on count 1, $500 on count 2, and $150 on count 3 with a stay away order as to the park, which is located on the 1000 block of Lincoln Road, corner of Lincoln and Michigan Avenue. Next, thank you, Mr. Watson. Please stay in touch with your attorney, sir. All right, next case is Digiani Harold, B2514123.
Yes, he's present.
Good afternoon, Judge.
Good afternoon, sir. For purposes of this hearing, the court is going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you.
Yes.
The court has reviewed the arrest form in your case and does find probable cause for your arrest.
Your Honor, I do have a probable cause argument.
Okay, go ahead.
As listed in the arrest form, it says that the females, I guess, co-defendants, vaginal area and breasts were exposed. There's no indication that there was any indecent exposure on behalf of Mr. Harold. And so I would argue that there is no probable cause for a charge of indecent exposure. And he should be released outright.
State, do you have an argument regarding probable cause response?
One moment, Your Honor.
So Mr. Harold has no priors.
Your Honor, the state would argue that there was probable cause because
Okay, I have, what is the basis for the probable cause? Because I'm reviewing the form again.
Your Honor, the state would argue that the defendant and the female in question were acting in concert.
Okay. Upon further review of the arrest form, I'm looking, there is no probable cause for the arrest for indecent exposure. The exposure was the female was the one who was exposing herself. There was contact by Mr. DiGianni, but not, he himself was not engaged in indecent exposure based on my review. So I'm going to release him outright. All right, thank you. Next case is Santiago Garcia Hernandez. That is one of the Miami Beach cases.
Your Honor, Joanne Hennessy for the city of Miami Beach.
All right.
Español or English? English or Español? English?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Good morning, Mr. Hernandez.
Good morning, Judge. How you doing?
I'm good, sir. Thank you. The court is going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you. The court has reviewed the arrest form in your case. And the court does find probable cause for the arrest. Ms. Hennessy, what is the position on bond?
Your Honor, we'd ask for a standard bond in this case. Mr. Hernandez does have priors adjudications this year.
Okay, what is the standard bond? 150?
150.
All right. Okay, Mr. Hernandez, I'm going to enter bond in the amount of 150. And there's going to be a stay away order, sir, from the location. If the state can assist with this order. For Mr. Santiago Garcia Hernandez, the location is the 500 block of Washington Avenue.
And Judge, I would be just asking for the alternative program TAP, given that Mr. Hernandez cannot afford the standard bond and would require shelter placement.
Okay. Does have priors, counsel, and he was offered housing. Offered assistance, which he the court is going to enter standard bond in the amount of $150 and will enter a stay away order from the location.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. The 500 block of Washington.
Was bond 150, Your Honor, for Mr. Hernandez?
150, yes. Okay, next case is Nathaniel Mathis.
Honor, Mr. Mathis is a violent felony offender of special concern.
Thank you. Okay, good morning, Mr. Mathis.
Good morning. I'm sorry.
Okay, sir, I'm going to appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you. The court has reviewed the arrest form in your case and does find probable cause for your arrest. State, what are you asking for in terms of bond for Mr. Mathis? And corrections, I believe, was the one who made a note that he is a violent felony offender of special concern.
Your Honor, the state would be requesting no bond considering the violent felony offender with special concern comment, and the state would also be submitting now a stay away order from Home Depot.
Okay. All right, the court, based on Mr. Mathis's status due to his criminal record, being designated as a violent felony offender of special concern, the court is going to hold him no bond at this time. And there will be a stay away order from Home Depot located at 12055 Biscayne Boulevard, North Miami, 33181. Any modifications can be made before the division judge.
Right, just for the record, I would like to argue against holding him no bond. If that indication, the violent offender is from I believe a very old case, 2009, I believe. This is a non-violent offense. It's a misdemeanor in the second degree. A standard bond is adequate, and he should be given a standard bond, not held no bond on a second degree misdemeanor.
Your Honor, the defendant does have multiple felony convictions. He has a third degree felony of robbery, a third degree felony of fleeing and eluding. Probation has been revoked for this defendant. There's been actually 3 separate instances where probation was revoked on felony charges.
All from over 15 years ago.
Yes, ma'am.
And Your Honor, in 2021, there was a case closed. However, he was did have a third-degree felony of stolen property, grand theft.
It was no prost.
I was in prison.
Okay. This time, the court is just going to hold him no bond. Any modifications based on his default status as required by law, and any modifications to that can be made before the division judge in writing. Thank you.
So Your Honor, this case, the petty theft is gonna be no bond?
That is correct.
Thank you.
All right, next case is Malcolm Cooper.
Your Honor, Joanne Hennessy for the city of Miami Beach.
Your Honor, and Mr. Cooper has a new felony. It's a battery by detainee. He's gonna be on your bond hearing calendar.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Cooper, good morning, sir. Mr. Cooper, please step forward.
He's being brought in.
Thank you.
Oh, Mr. Cooper, stand there, face the camera.
All right, good morning, Mr. Cooper.
Good morning.
The court is going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you, sir.
Okay.
The court has reviewed the arrest form in your case. And the court does find probable cause for your arrest. Ms. Hennessy, what are you asking for in terms of bond?
Your Honor, I'd ask for an elevated bond of $300. Mr. Cooper does have recent adjudication of battery in November, plus several, or 2 adjudications in 2025. Not of battery, but other a petty theft and also disorderly conduct and breach of the peace.
Okay, and is standard bond in this case 150?
150 it is, standard.
If I may, I would argue against an elevated bond. This is an ordinance of smoking on a prohibited area in Miami Beach. It's not a violent offense. Standard bond is sufficient. He's not a danger to the community, and he's not a flight risk.
Okay, the court is going to enter bond in the amount of court is going to enter bond in the amount of 150. Stay in touch with your attorney, Mr. Cooper.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Hennessy. Next case, Irving Castillo. I'm sorry, bonded out. Okay. Next case, Elliot Prosser. This one's.
And Your Honor, the defendant we just covered, the Castillo, the state does have a stay.
Okay, he bonded out. Mr. Prosser. Good morning, sir.
Morning, Your Honor.
Let me see, I don't have the A form for Mr. Prosser. Do you have an A form for Mr. Prosser? Did I hand it to you by accident or? Oh, okay. All right, good morning, Mr. Prosser. The court is going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you for purposes of this hearing. Okay, the court has reviewed the arrest form, sir. The court does find probable cause for your arrest. State, what are you asking for in terms of priors? In terms of bond, I'm sorry.
Your Honor, the state would be asking for excuse me, the state would be asking for an elevated bond. So the standard bond is of $500, we'd be asking for 700. The defendant does have convictions from 2025, disorderly conduct. Also in 2025, he was convicted of a false fire alarm, a withhold on a petty theft in 2023, and another withhold on a felony grand theft in 2023.
Would argue against an elevated bond. Those priors that the state just read are his only priors. It's a very small list, and this is a nonviolent offense. He's not a danger to the community, and so I think a standard bond is sufficient.
That's up to you.
The court is going to enter bond in the amount of 700. Mr. Prosper, please stay in touch with your attorney, okay? Is there a stay away order at all from the location or no?
Your Honor, the state will be filling one out right now for that
Okay,
case.
there will be a stay away order from Burgers and Shakes at 7405 Collins Avenue in Miami Beach, Florida. Next case I have is David Elosua. Okay, Mr. Elosua, the court is going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you, sir, for purposes of this hearing.
Okay.
The court has reviewed the arrest form in your case and does find probable cause for your arrest. State what you
Judge,
have in terms of
Judge,
bond.
I do have a probable cause argument. if I
Okay,
may.
yes, you may.
One of the elements of resisting an officer without violence is that you have to know that you're being detained. It's unclear from this arrest form. This is a busy street, Lincoln Road. It's unclear how far away the officer was when he supposedly yelled and told him to stop. There's a lot of people crossing this area, and it's not clear from this arrest form that Mr. Elosua knew that the officer was asking him to stop, and that's why I don't believe that there's probable cause for this charge. Finally, when he does reach up to him, it seems he had to sprint towards him, so presumably he was far away. He then grabbed his arm, and that's when he fell off the bicycle and stopped. But before that, there's no indication that Mr. Elosua actually heard the officer, knew that he was trying to be stopped or detained. So I would argue there's no probable cause and he should be released outright.
Okay, respectfully, counsel, I'm in receipt of the arrest form. I do see that Officer Garrido, who's the officer, was in full Miami Beach police uniform at the corner of Lincoln Road and Meridian when he observed Mr. Elosua on a bike found on the north side of the 800 block. And Officer Garrido proceeded to walk towards him, told him to stop, and Mr. Elosua proceeded to ignore him and his lawful order and continued to ride his bicycle. And therefore, the court does find probable cause for the charge of resisting an officer without violence to his person. State, what are you asking for in terms of bond?
Your Honor, the state would be requesting an elevated bond as this defendant has already been adjudicated with a withhold on. Strike that from the record, please, Your Honor. The state would be going for the standard bond of 500.
Okay. The court is going to enter bond in the amount of $500. All right, next case is Brian McPhee. Mr. McPhee, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
All right. The court is going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you, sir, for purposes of this hearing. The court has reviewed the arrest form in your case and does find probable cause for your arrest. State, what is your position on bond?
The state would be requesting an elevated bond of 700, the standard being 500. This defendant does have 2 pages worth of convictions as recently as 2023 for felony burglaries. And again in 2022, 2021. As I said, Your Honor, there is a long list.
And Judge, I would be asking for pretrial services in this case. Mr. McPhee does have an address and somebody who can verify that address. He's not a flight risk. This charge is a first-degree misdemeanor. It's non-violent in nature. He's not a danger to the community. And for those reasons, I'd be asking for PTS.
Okay. The court is going to enter bond in the amount of $700 plus a stay away order from the Home Depot located at 19400 Southwest 106th Avenue in Miami, Florida, 33157. Okay, next case I have is the case of Kian Rahim Perez.
Yes, you said it. Said it right.
8723. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Judge. How you doing?
Okay, sir, it appears that you were initially released on your own recognizance.
Yeah. But I didn't have a mailing address. That's why I missed my court date. I'm actually homeless right now.
Hold up.
Yeah.
And I actually went to.
Sir, both of us can't be speaking at the same time.
Okay.
Okay, one at a time. Thank you. You were released on your own recognizance, sir. Then you failed to appear for court on June the 11th. There was a bench warrant that issued. And there's a bond of $150. So I believe that the public defender's office has already been appointed on this case. If not, I'm appointing the PD's office. And I'm going to enter bonding the amount of $150.
If you have a bond of $150, okay, if we need to modify that bond, we'll do it for you next week, okay? I know that she's not, because there was a bench warrant, she's not going to change it. Was it on the homeless calendar? Were you given a special set date for the
Yes,
homeless
because I have-
calendar? Right, so that's why she's not
No,
gonna change it.
I have a homeless calendar now because I missed court.
Okay, sorry,
I went back on the 12th. I told them that I have a mailing address, so they told me to set it. They said it.
You went back to court on the.
No, the 12th.
Okay, Judge, I'm so sorry, but I was just given some information that Mr. Perez was not set on the homeless calendar originally. He did not get proper notice, which is why the bench warrant was issued. He said he did appear back to court on the 12th, and they told him that they would give him a special set date on the 16th.
Dave, do you have any information regarding that?
I'm looking it up on CJ's right now, Your Honor.
Okay, so please stand by.
Wrote it down to Peter.
Sir, give us a minute to check.
Your Honor, CJ shows that the bench warrant was issued on the 3rd. It was on the homeless calendar because on June 12th, it says motion to set aside bench warrant pro se and then in parentheses homeless.
Okay, so
Like,
the question is, did he appear or not appear on June 12th?
Your Honor, I don't see an indication of that. I just see that there was a motion and there was no ruling to set aside a bench warrant.
Was it a pro se motion
Yes, it says pro se.
on the 12th?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, the bench warrant issued on the 11th, according to the docket. And then on the 12th, there was a pro se motion that had been filed, correct? To set aside the bench warrant.
Yes, on the 12th of June.
Okay, Mr. Perez. We don't have any notes that you appeared for your own motion because there was no ruling on the motion to set aside the warrant.
There was 2 different courtrooms. They told me one was cleared and the other one wasn't cleared. It was weird. It was like, damn it. They said they just got cleared on Thursday.
I can't hear him at all. It's very mumbled.
Oh, they told me that when I went there, they told me that the warrant be lifted. And then I found out it was like 2 different courtrooms or something like that. But they had it on the same day. It was really weird. I had to go to court on the same day for two different charges, but the same day. So the one courtroom that I went to the next day, they told me that they was lifted. And I said, you sure? They said, yes, we're going to bring you back to homeless court on the 16th of this month. And then when the cop arrested me yesterday, he said that you had another, it was 2 different charges in the same day. So they cleared one of them with what I went for. And then I guess the other one was still, which is this charge right here. I didn't get to make it to that court, but I made a court date for that as well. I made a court date for both of them on the same day of the 12th, for both of them.
Okay, but you
And I do have notes of that, Your Honor, where he had a case also in Judge Alvarez Zane in addition to the other case, and he did show up and the bench warrant was supposedly set aside. There must have been some mistake in putting it, given the fact that there was another traffic matter. But
so what are you asking for?
I'd be asking for TAP so that he can get a placement and then eventually be able to, appear on the homeless calendar, given that he is homeless and it was not a willful, he didn't receive notice, it was not willful.
Really? So if I leave it as it is, he can do. Okay. All right, so I'm not going to release him on his own recognizance at this time. So I'm going to leave it as it is, and it will be appearing before Judge Crisili. Is that right? On Monday? On Tuesday, the 8th.
And just to be clear, I was not asking for him to be released on his own recognizance. I was asking for the alternative program for TAP.
But in order for him to go to TAP, he has to be ROR'd.
No.
No?
He's given TAP, he's interviewed by TAP, and once they find him placement, they release him to that placement, that shelter bed.
Okay.
I cannot hear the state if they're speaking.
They're not speaking, I'm speaking to the clerk.
Okay.
Go ahead, Millie. So it'll probably be the same as if he. Right. I'm going to keep it as it is, 150, and he'll probably be heard in court on Tuesday, the 8th, and we'll probably be able to get out prior to being placed on tap. So I'm gonna leave it as it is. Thank you. Okay, then I have Juan Solet Sanchez. Mr. Solet Sanchez, if you can step forward. Okay, good morning, Mr. Solet Sanchez. Does he need the services of the interpreter or no?
¿Hablas español o English? Spanish, Your Honor.
With the assistance of our Spanish interpreter, Ms. Correal, good morning again.
Good morning, Judge.
All right, the court is calling the case of Juan Solet Sanchez.
Este es el caso del señor Juan Solet Sánchez.
Okay, the court is going to appoint the public defender's office to represent him for purposes of this hearing.
Se le va a asignar el abogado de oficio para que lo represente con respecto a esta audiencia.
Sí.
Yes.
The court has reviewed the arrest form.
He revisado el formulario de arresto.
And the court finds probable cause for the arrest.
Y la corte halla que sí existe motivo fundado por el arresto.
State, what are you asking for in terms of bond?
Your Honor, the state would be requesting an elevated bond of $1,000. This defendant has been convicted of this exact crime of trespassing property after warning 3 times within 2025.
Su señoría, la fiscalía estaría solicitando una fianza elevada de $1,000. El acusado ha sido condenado por este delito exacto durante el año 2025 más de 3 veces y el cargo es de entrada ilegal después de haber recibido una advertencia.
The state's requesting an elevated bond of $1,000. The standard bond in this case would have been $500.
La fiscalía está solicitando una fianza elevada de $1,000. La fianza estándar habría sido de $500.
Okay.
Judge, I would argue against an elevated bond. A $500 bond is sufficient. This is a nonviolent offense, and it's already a bond that my client cannot afford. An elevated bond is unnecessary.
Su señoría, tenemos alegatos en contra de esa fianza elevada. $500 sería una fianza suficiente, dado que ese es un delito no violento, y además 500 ya es una suma que mi cliente no tiene cómo pagar.
All right.
No.
All right, so based on the prior record for this year alone, the court is going to enter an elevated bond.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Judge.
The court is going to enter an elevated bond of $1,000 with a stay-away order from 3401 Southwest 72nd Avenue, which is AD Doug Barnes Park.
Entonces, dado el hecho de que tiene antecedentes durante este mismo año, se va a emitir una fianza elevada de $1,000 y también una orden de alejamiento. Tiene que mantenerse alejado de la 3401 Southwest 72 Avenida, es el parque AD Douglas Barnes.
All right, thank you, sir. Have a good day.
Gracias, señor, que tenga buen día.
Next case is Kyle Sidler. Bonded out, okay.
Bond out, Your Honor.
I don't need to annotate the ones that are bonded out right now. Next case I have is, I don't have any files for this. Romulus? Oh,
Robles is off calendar, Your Honor.
calendar, bonded out, okay, on the other one, and Sidler. Okay, I have Kayvon Michael.
Your Honor, Mr. Michael has a new felony. He went in front of Judge Wolfson yesterday. He received a bond, a total bond of $5,500. And he also has a hold on a case that he was out on felony bond, F2417438 Alpha.
Okay, so he has two open felony cases.
He has a new case with 5,500 and he has a hold on a case that he was out on.
Got it. And what is he here on?
He's here for a driving with license suspended knowingly.
Okay.
And there is also a resisting officer without violence and 2 attached felonies of fleeing and eluding and then weapon possession while committing a crime.
We're only addressing the traffic case, the DWLS. The resisting is part of the felony that was addressed yesterday.
That's what I was gonna ask. I assumed that was the case.
Yes.
For the court right now is a traffic citation under ALRJAEE for GWS knowingly.
Judge, I do have a PC argument on this charge, traffic charge.
Okay.
There's no indication on this arrest form at all at any point that there was any records check, that there was a suspended license. There's nothing written here from when I read it that the license was suspended, so, or expired or anything like that. I would argue there's no probable cause for driving with a suspended license.
Okay, state.
Your Honor, at least on the 4 corners of the A form, the state also does not see any indication of the license suspended other than the actual charge.
Okay. So the court, having reviewed the citation and heard from both the PD and the state, the court agrees that there is no PC for this charge based on the citation. So as pertains to this traffic ticket, he will be released on his own recognizance.
Should be released outright for no PC.
Okay. Released outright, okay.
That'll be a release outright.
Yes. Based on no PC. Okay, I voted minutes, 5 or not.
Your Honor, if I could confirm the misdemeanor portion of the jail arraignment calendar is complete and the traffic cases are the only ones left.
Yes, Ms. Hennessy. I believe
Thank
that.
you.
Thank you so much.
If I could be excused then,
You may. Happy 4th.
happy 4th. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Next case I have is Yendry Herrera Hernandez.
Your Honor, Mr. Herrera Hernandez has a hold for immigration.
Okay.
And he does require a Spanish interpreter.
The assistance of the Spanish interpreter, Ms. Correal. Ms. Correal, good afternoon. We're calling the case of Yendry Herrera Hernandez.
Yendi Herrera Hernandez.
Okay. Okay, I believe that this was a situation where there was a bench warrant issued, correct?
Tengo entendido que esa era una situación donde se había emitido una orden de arresto.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Sí, señoría.
Okay, so the court does, so there has been no PC yet determined on this case, is that correct?
O sea que hasta el momento no se ha determinado si existe motivo fundado en este caso, ¿es correcto?
Established at arraignment.
En la lectura de cargos.
There are 2 citations for Mr. Herrera Hernandez.
Señor Herrera Hernández tiene 2 citatorias.
Can somebody shed some light on this?
Por favor, si alguien me informa.
Your Honor,
Your
we're
Honor.
addressing the bench warrant, the AJ70B0E. It's a bench warrant DWS is in custody on, and he has a new DWS ALR 007TE.
Oh, thank you. Okay.
Su
So,
señoría,
And the whole for immigration.
Your
él tiene,
hold on,
Oh.
state.
sorry.
él tiene una detención de inmigración y también está detenido con una orden de arresto por un cargo de manejar con la licencia suspendida que termina en B0E. Y este caso también es por manejar con la licencia suspendida y este es el que termina en 077.
Okay. So with regards to the new traffic citation, which is ALR 07TE, which is DWS knowingly, the court, first of all, is going to appoint the public defender's office to represent Mr. Herrera Hernandez.
Bien, entonces con respecto al caso que termina en O7TE, ese es el nuevo caso de tránsito que es manejar con la licencia suspendida con conocimiento. Se le va a asignar el abogado de oficio para que lo represente.
The court has reviewed that citation. The court does find probable cause for that citation.
La jueza ha revisado esa citación y esa multa y si hay o que existe motivo fundado.
What is the state asking for on that case, on the ALR07TE?
Está solicitando la fiscalía con respecto a ese caso que termina en 7TE.
Your Honor, the state is asking for the standard of $0 bond
I'm
on the
sorry,
DWS.
that makes sense.
Yeah.
Standard is 150.
150, that's standard. However, he is, okay, if I understood correctly, he is out on the bench warrant on a previous DWS back on February 7th of last year. And now he has picked up a new case of DWS knowingly again this year, yesterday on July 3rd.
A ver, la fianza estándar sería $150, pero tengo entendido que él había salido y tiene una orden de arresto por este cargo anterior de manejar con la licencia suspendida. La orden de arresto fue del 7 de febrero del 2024 y ahora tiene este nuevo cargo por manejar con la licencia suspendida con conocimiento.
And
Okay.
Judge, I don't have an arrest form for this new DWLS, only the warrant. So I don't have any indication or I'm able to provide an argument against probable cause since I don't have any indication on my end that he was stopped, that he was driving, that there was a suspended license, that he knew about. I don't have any of that.
Su señoría, no tengo aquí el formulario de arresto de este nuevo arresto, tengo solamente la orden de arresto, entonces no hay ningún indicio por el cual yo pueda dar alegatos con respecto a motivo fundado. No veo si estaba manejando, si tenía la licencia suspendida con conocimiento, no tengo formulario de arresto.
And Judge, the corrections officer just handed me the arrest form, so I take that back.
Su señoría, me acaban de entregar el formulario de arresto por parte del Departamento Correccional.
No, Your Honor, but I can look it up.
Do we have a printer in the courtroom or no?
Your Honor, I wasn't able to, I tried to find it, and I wasn't able to.
Traté de buscarlo, su señoría, pero no puedo encontrarlo.
What does the arrest form state, counsel? We don't have a copy of it here.
Aquí no tenemos copia del formulario de arresto. ¿Qué dice? Se le pregunta a la defensa.
Sorry, Judge, are you asking me or the state?
The state doesn't have a copy. I'm asking you.
La fiscalía no tiene copia. Estoy preguntándole a la abogada de la defensa.
And the arrest form.
I would have no argument as to probable cause based on what is on this arrest form.
All right.
Yo no tendría alegatos con respecto a motivo fundado basado en lo que dice el formulario de arresto.
Okay. So based on stipulation by the PD, the court is going to make a finding of probable cause for ALR 07TE.
Entonces, basado en el acuerdo, la estipulación por parte de la Defensoría Pública, hallo que sí existe motivo fundado por el cargo que termina en 07TE.
So, okay, so on that case, I understand that standard bond is 150. However, Mr. Yendri Herrera Hernandez was already out with a bench warrant from last year for the same charge.
Tengo entendida que la fianza estándar por este cargo es de $150. Sin embargo, el señor Yendri Herrera Hernández ya había salido con una orden de arresto del año pasado por este mismo cargo.
Okay. So, as to the DWS knowingly new case, ALR 07TE, the court is going to enter bond in the amount of $300.
Entonces, con respecto al nuevo cargo de manejar con la licencia suspendida con conocimiento ALR07TE, se emitirá una fianza de $300.
And with regards to the bench warrant on AJ70B0E,
y con respecto a la orden de arresto, el caso AJ707BOE,
I believe that PC has already been determined. Is that correct on that case or not yet?
creo que ya se había determinado motivo fundado con respecto a ese caso, ¿es correcto?
Yes, Your Honor. It looks like on October 24th, 2024, PC was found by Judge Faber.
Sí, su señoría, aparentemente el 24 de octubre del 2024 se halló que sí existía motivo fundado por ese cargo por parte del juez Faber.
Okay, and so as to that case, did the court issue a bond?
I
Ahí
have
se
a
había
bond.
emitido fianza.
I have the bench warrant is $100, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. So on this case, the court is going to enter bond in the amount of 100.
Y entonces por este caso se emitirá fianza de $100.
All right, and I believe that there's an immigration hold. That's a separate issue, not within this court's jurisdiction.
Y además creo que tiene una detención de inmigración. Ese es tema aparte, no, esta corte no tiene jurisdicción sobre ese asunto.
Okay. Next case I have is Wilbert Lee on the calendar. I don't,
He's a bonder, Your Honor.
okay, thank you. Then I have is Maurice Philogene. Mr. Philogene, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
We need it back?
Yeah.
Okay. Sir, I believe that we're here on a bench warrant situation on case AL 1621E. It's a citation for driver's license expired.
I took care of that at the courthouse about 2 days ago. I'm not sure why the warrant even came up because I missed court that morning, Your Honor, and because I was awakened by the Opa-locka Police Department while I was sleeping in the car at I believe 1 a.m. and completely threw my day off. So I ended up missing court that morning, but I showed up I believe an hour late, and I talked to I guess the judge's assistant that they told me to, and I put in the motions or whatever, and they told me that everything was okay.
Okay, let me check the system.
Your Honor, CJS does show that the bench warrant was cleared on the 3rd of July, and that would have been with Judge Cuervo and North Dade.
Okay. So then the bench warrant has already been set aside?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And so is there anything to do for Mr. Philogene?
I guess just ROR.
Okay, Mr. Philogene, did you already take care of the traffic citation?
I took care of the, no, they told me they're gonna send me a court notice in the mail.
For our next hearing date.
Yeah, for my next court date, so I have to monitor the postage situation with the mail.
But given that his bench warrant was set aside, he shouldn't have been arrested on this. It was a mistake and he should be released.
Okay, so hold on a second. There's three
Oh,
cases.
yeah, release one, Judge, you just have to stamp it. And read that the report.
Okay, so this one with the report date?
No, no, Judge, we'll do it. But you just stamp it, just the stamp and signature.
Do I need to announce anything on his case?
The only main case, Judge, for the infraction, we don't know. Yeah, only that.
So,
Only the main case.
so what do I do on this one? He claims he paid it out.
Please,
Okay, so on the AL 1621E, which is the bench warrant, I'm going to release him on his own recognizance. And
it was muted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You send a notice.
They'll send notice. Do they have your mailing address correct, sir?
Yes,
Okay. All
I
right.
just moved back to Florida.
Okay.
That's okay. I'll be in touch. You should be released in a few hours.
Okay, Carmelo Quiñones. Velez Quiñones. Okay.
¿Hablas español? English? Okay.
Okay. There are several cases here for Mr. Carmelo Velez Quiñones, from what I can tell. There are 3 infractions and there are 3 bench warrants.
We're only addressing the 3 bench warrants, Your Honor.
Okay.
The 3 DWLS.
Okay. So on the first case that I have, which is a bench warrant, AHHLOGE. That is a bench warrant for DWS knowingly. The court is going to enter bond in the amount of $5,000.
That's what it was.
$5,000, Your Honor?
That's what it says on the form. Corrections, is that what you have?
That is the bench warrant amount, Your Honor, yes.
The bench warrant amount, but I would ask for a reduced amount now that he's been taken in on that bench warrant, and that bench warrant, because he was arrested, is now vacated, set aside. So you should be given I would argue, a standard bond on the 3 charges, the 3 traffic cases.
Okay, sir, hold on one second. Corrections?
Sorry, Your Honor?
Corrections isn't normally the amount that's entered, the amount that's on the bench warrant?
Your Honor, that's the amount of the bench warrant that the judge issued, but it's up to you, Your Honor, if you want to keep that bond or not.
Okay. What kind of record does Mr. Carmelo Velez Quiñones have?
Your Honor, the defendant does have from 2014 some convictions, from 2015, and it's withholds on drug charges. There was a first-degree felony that he was adjudicated with a withheld adjudication, and probation was in place, and there was
What date
violation in which probation needed to be modified.
Okay, so how much is the what is typically bond on DWS knowingly? 150? Or what's the amount?
Yes, Your Honor. Typically, traffic cases that don't include DUIs are 150. On our sheets, though, I do see the standard bond for this bench warrant is 5,000.
And like I had said before, and in my experience, usually that's the bench warrant amount given, like corrections mentioned, but the judge has a discretion and usually does modify that to a standard bond on each count. And I don't have a list of the priors, but it seems like they're from 10 years ago, from what I just heard.
The most recent priors are from 10 years ago?
Yes, in 2015 was the F1.
Okay, on the AHHLOGE, which is GWS knowingly, the court is going to enter bond in the amount of 200. On A5J5X3P, which is another DWS knowingly, the court is going to enter bond in the amount of 200. Then on AHBN81E, another DWS knowingly. The court on that case is going to enter bond in the amount of $300. I think I covered all that. All right. Sir, did you need to be heard at all? Okay, go ahead, sir.
So
What is your name, sir?
Adam Schaefer,
Okay.
I'm a friend of the family, and I wanted to explain a couple of things that occurred here. He has not driven since the last time he had this problem. He was waiting to get mail on the court date. He had moved to Port Richey, that's where we're living now. We actually, when he realized he had an issue and had a Zoom call the other day, he consulted the family and myself and asked if we can take him down here. We drove from Port Richey yesterday to take him down here. We left at 2 a.m., got here at 7 because that's what he wanted. He wanted to make sure he was here on time. And then they wound up arresting him on all of this stuff. He never knew he had missed any court dates. When he knew he had to be here, he asked to be here for 7 a.m. and we took him down here. I stayed overnight last night because he was arrested to try and.
So how did he know that he had to be here today?
Because he had a Zoom call and they.
How did he get notice of the Zoom call?
That portion I don't know. What I do know is he had a Zoom call. They told him to come down to take care of the tickets. And we actually came here prepared to take care of the tickets, not for any, for him to be arrested. When he asked his mom and I to help him get him here, it was his request to be here for 7 a.m. He would never miss a court date. So all of the expenses now incurred in what I know what you just did in reducing it, and I appreciate that. But I wanted to explain, I don't think he would have ever had any bench warrants at all had we not moved or he had known that he had to be here. Because when he did get that call and had to be here, he was here.
Sir, what is your name?
My name is Adam.
What's the last name,
Adam
sir?
Swiffer.
Swiffer? Swiffer. Okay, Mr. Swiffer. The thing is that when you have a case, okay, you have a duty to update your address. Okay. He failed to do so. He has 3 outstanding tickets for which another judge issued bench warrants in various amounts, okay, including $25,000. So I think that may have been Judge Silver. I'm not 100%. They were all before Judge Silver. So, sir, I understand what you're saying, and I appreciate that you're trying to do the right thing. However, the court is not just going, the court has reduced the amount, okay? So that those bench warrants need to be cleared.
Okay. And the total amount of the bench warrants now that has to
It
be clear,
was-
because we're gonna try and do it today.
I believe it was a total of 700. But total amount of bond to clear is 700,
700, okay.
which is like, and you can get a bondsman for that if you need it.
Yeah, I mean, we can, if I want to pay it today, I mean, can I do it?
Go to
today?
TGK, sir.
I don't even know where that is.
Okay, he's currently at TGK, correct?
Yes, Your Honor. He can pay the bond here in the front lobby.
Okay, can you please provide the address because they're from out of town?
Yes, 7,000 Northwest 41st Street.
We'll write it down on a piece of paper for you, sir.
Thank you so very
TGK
much.
7,000
Northwest 41st Street.
41st Street. Okay, it's in Doral.
No, it's Miami. It's not, because it's next to Doral. It's in Miami. Once he gets off right on 36th Street, to the right.
They open, I can go up there now?
It's jail.
It's just, so it's anytime.
I'll be open.
All right, because it's July 4th, that's the only reason I was
They're
asking.
they're not closed for July 4th.
Okay.
They operate round the clock. Is that right, TGK?
And
Yes, we wish we were close.
Federal holidays, yes. I know.
Yes.
Yeah, they were closed, that's why.
They're never closed.
All right,
So
and,
we're
what
gonna
about the tickets? Can I take care of those as well? Weren't there tickets?
Sir, I suggest that you speak to, he'll have a number to the public defender's office. They will, speak to him and provide him information. They're there right now with him. They can explain it to him. And I'm sure that you can communicate with one of them once you're there. Okay?
Yes, I provided him with our phone number, okay?
Okay, so he's been provided with the number to the public defender's office. The first step now is just to, be able to, post the bonds. Yes. Okay?
Thank you for your help.
No, you're welcome, sir.
I apologize with my time, I did not expect.
It's okay, sir. It's okay, sir. Thank you for being here.
I appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Eric Lorenzo Hopkins?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, sir. You also have a bench warrant, sir. This is for DWS knowing violation
No, that's incorrect.
under AH7AU5E. Okay. So PC has already been found. This is just a bench warrant situation. Say, what is the amount that you're asking for?
Your Honor, I see the bench warrant that was issued was 3,500, so the state would be asking for that amount.
Okay. Okay, the court is going to enter bond in the amount 3,500.
And Your Honor, I'm speaking with Mr. Hopkins, been informed that when this bench warrant was issued, I believe he was in custody. So it's not willful.
In custody at the time the bench warrant issued?
Yes, correct?
I was in,
That's when you were released?
yeah, I was released on the
Okay, yeah, and
22nd.
he wasn't released until November of that year.
And the bench warrant issued,
Was July 23rd, 2024, according to the arrest form.
I have here that it issued back on April 16th, 2024. That's what I have. How's the felony? Do you have any idea how the felony calendars looks like? No. All right, counsel, have we figured it out? Because we have several cases left and it's already 12:45.
Yeah, Judge, we'd just be asking for, like you gave in the previous case, a bond of $200 for a bench warrant. We would need more time to figure this out.
Okay, the court is going to keep it as it is, 3,500. If you figure it out, please place the matter on calendar for modification if he has not been able to bond out.
Okay, even though it's the same as the previous case, correct?
I'm sorry?
Even though it's also a bench warrant for driving with a suspended license, and in the previous case, you gave for 3 bench warrants, $200, that's correct? This is gonna be $3,500?
That is correct. All right, next case is Duran Javar Moore. Mr. Moore, please step forward. Okay, Mr. Moore, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Hey, sir, we're here on ALRN 2CE, which is a DWS knowing violation. Okay. This is not a bench warrant, correct? This is just a straight up citation, right?
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, the court is going to appoint the public defender's officer. Okay, the court is going to find PC. And the court is going to enter bond in the amount of $150.
And Judge, I would just like to make a bond argument quickly. Mr. Moore has no priors. This is a driving with a suspended license traffic case. It's not a violent offense. He's been a resident of Miami his entire life and has a stable address. He is not a flight risk, so I'd be asking for an ROR.
Okay. The court is going to enter bond in the amount of $150, which is standard. Sir, please stay in touch with your attorney. Joshua Morales.
Your Honor, Mr. Morales will be on your felony bond hearing calendar.
Got
As
it.
a felony.
Thank you. Okay. There's another case that's a bench warrant. Okay, he's already been arraigned. The court is going to state are you asking for the amount 3,500?
Your Honor, no, Your Honor, the state would be asking for a bond of 150.
Okay. All right, the court is going to enter bond in the amount of 150. Sir, please stay in touch with your lawyer.
And Your Honor, at this time, I would like to ask if you would readdress Mr. Hopkins, who was in the same situation and was given a bond of $3,500.
Your Honor,
Hold on a second. The state is saying something. Apologize.
I may have mistakenly, I thought when it was said that Joshua Morales was for the felony, that it was getting skipped. So I was talking about Wilbur Martin.
What are you asking for Mr. Morales' case?
For Morales, then it would be the same amount that the judge gave.
Okay. Mr. Morales, the amount is going to be 3,500. Okay, next case is Wilbur Sanchez Martin. That's on for regular arraignment. Mr. Martin, please step forward. Sanchez Martin. Mr. Martin, does he need the services of the interpreter or no?
Does.
Okay, with the services of the interpreter, please. All right. Ms. Correal, the court is calling the case of Wilbur Sanchez Martin.
Per Sánchez Martín.
Okay. Sir, the court is going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you.
Señor, la juez le va a asignar a los abogados de oficio para que lo representen.
And the court is finding probable cause.
Hallo que si existe motivo fundado.
Court is going to enter bond in the amount of 150.
Y le voy a emitir fianza por 150.
Oficina, ok, llámanos. Ok.
Please stay in touch with your lawyer, sir.
Por favor, manténgase en contacto con sus abogados, señor.
Next case, Luis Enrique Sequeira Maita o Maita.
And you would need the Spanish interpreter as well.
Thank you. All right, with the assistance of the Spanish interpreter, the court is calling the Mr. Sequeira Maita's case, which is ALP 1AHE.
Estamos llamando el caso del señor Luis Enrique Sequeira Maitas, Judge.
Maita, M-A-I-T-A.
Thank you.
And he has actually 2 traffic citations. One for no valid driver's license, which is the one that I just called. And
Tiene
go ahead.
2 citaciones, una que es el caso que acabo de llamar, que es el caso por no tener licencia, manejar sin licencia válida.
Okay. The court is making a finding of probable cause and entering bond in the amount of $150 on that case.
Por ese caso, hallo que sí existe motivo fundado y le emito una fianza de $150.
Okay, and then on the other citation, which is ALP 1AJE.
Por la otra citación que termina en AJE.
Okay, which has to do with no motorcycle endorsement, no driver license for the operation of a motorcycle.
Y este caso tiene que ver con no tener el endoso de la motocicleta, no tener licencia para conducir ese tipo de vehículo.
Court is finding probable cause and is going to enter bond in the standard amount of 150.
Hallo que sí existe motivo fundado y le emito una fianza estándar de $150.
Okay, so please stay in touch with your lawyer, sir.
Mantenga contacto con sus abogados, señor.
Next case I have is he bonded out, okay. Edwin Orozco, also bonded out, okay. Bonded out, and Acosta de Armas also?
No.
Oh, that's the next one, okay. So the next one is going to be Mike Acosta de Armas. Mr. Acosta de Armas, please step forward.
Your Honor, Mr. Acosta de Armas will be on your bond hearing calendar. He has a new felony. He's also a fugitive from Broward County with no bond and a fugitive from Hillsborough County with no bond.
Thank you, corrections.
Does require Spanish interpreter.
Thank you. All right, with the assistance of the Spanish interpreter,
Yes, Judge.
the court is calling the case of Mike Acosta de Armas under AK7 4G3E.
Estamos llamando el caso del señor Mike Acosta de Armas, AK74G13.
Mr. Acosta de Armas, you have several cases. The one before me at the moment is a traffic citation.
Señora Acosta de Armas, usted tiene varios casos. El caso que tenemos aquí en este momento es un caso que es una citación de tránsito.
Okay. The court is going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you, sir.
Se le va a asignar el abogado de oficio para que lo represente, señor.
Court is going.
Yes.
No hables nada del caso, ¿ok?
No, me parece que
I just want to say that
okay.
Okay, we may continue.
okay.
Sir, I understand. I know you have several cases. You have fugitive holds from 2 different counties. You also have a felony case that I will address at the felony calendar. I'm addressing right now is your traffic citation.
Señor, yo sé que usted tiene varios casos, tiene 2 casos en 2 condados distintos y también tiene un caso de un delito mayor que vamos a retomar más adelante en el calendario de delitos mayores. En ese momento tiene un caso que es un caso de tránsito.
Okay, so it is for DWS knowingly.
Es
Driving
por
suspended.
manejar con la licencia suspendida con conocimiento.
The court, as I said earlier, is appointing the public defender to represent you.
No sabía que era eso, Sofía.
I didn't know I had a suspended license. Se le está asignando el abogado de oficio para que lo represente.
The court is going to find probable cause for your arrest, sir, for the traffic citation, and the court is going to enter bond in the amount of 150.
Hay que sí existe motivo fundado por esta situación de tránsito y se le emite fianza por $150.
And I will see you back on the felony calendar, sir.
Nos vemos más adelante en el calendario de delitos mayores.
And last but not least, the court is calling the case of Robert Louis McCool.
He's a violent felony offender, special concern. He's also going to be on your felony calendar. He has a new felony.
Okay. All right, so Mr. McCool, the court is going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you. Sir, you're charged with DWS knowingly. However, you're a violent felony offender of special concern. State, what are you asking for on this case?
Your Honor, the state would be asking for no bond considering the violent offender with special concern status.
Okay,
And Judge, I do have a PC argument.
go ahead, counsel.
There's no indication on this arrest form that the driver's license was suspended or expired or canceled. It just says that he was identified with a driver's license number. There's no indication that it was suspended or that a records check revealed it was suspended or that he stated that he knew that it was suspended in the arrest form.
I'm looking
There's
at
no
the
probable cause.
Okay, I'm looking at the Uniform Traffic Citation Council, under A5 IETGP, and it indicates that the driver's license was suspended back on March 11th of 2024. So the court does make a finding of probable cause based on that.
Payment.
And the court, based on his status as a violent felony offender of special concern, is holding him no bond. And I believe that that concludes the traffic calendar.
Your Honor, I just want to confirm for Diaz Alaveria, was that a bond out? I know we went through.
What page is that on?
That's a bond out.
Yes, that was. Thank you. All right, thank you very much. Enjoy your court.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Okay, so when's the next calendar?
Another trip coming.
Am I moving or am I staying?
I was told when I first got here. This is also, yeah.
Ah, I got you. Okay. All right, so when is the next calendar? What is that, the felony calendar?
It's coming up now. They're listening to the tape right now.
Okay, no worries. I need a comfort break anyway.
Okay.
Stop since 9 a.m. Thank you. I'll be back, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is there a bathroom nearby here? Is there a bathroom I can use? Okay, do I need to go out of this whole corridor? or
No. Okay, a hallway.
Okay, perfect. Well, I'm Marie, by the way.
Oh, nice to meet you. Mom, no.
Yeah.
I be on DV, I be on DV on pre-trial.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
It is 60 cases in the stack of just half of them. Right, let's see. So, like I said, it's our first time doing it, so I have 8. What did you, what were you asking? So felony is next. Yes, I'm sorry, you know. So felony is next, so how long are they gonna be? How long are they gonna be? That, I have no idea. Is it not for waiting? I have no idea, to be honest with you. It shouldn't be too long. They said that they're listening to the tape, so you know, I really can't tell you that. It's very. Huh? That I also am not sure. I'm sorry, we don't have to. On the order, we think.
I'm not sure. I haven't had a chance to see it. I'm not. What's your name? Sharon Johnson. Not too good. Hey, not also funny. She's the first one. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. There, you saw some? Get that out the way so that you lose them.
Morning on this.
Oh, yeah.
The first.
Right.
That's right, right? Great, green, you know.
Can you sit down in the restroom?
Really see that.
Come this way. Hold on, there's a close one. Come here. You got a sticker going right.
They really keep you figured out.
Huh? That's good.
Huh? What you reading? Yeah, I learned them. PST. I'm just gonna use it then. Thank you.
It's on the other hallway. Not this hallway. Go to your right, not that, right? Or kind of opposite end of where we're at.
If they're down,
Get to the hall. Yeah. Basically next door, right? Same corner. So basically on the opposite side of this wall.
Well, we had to cover both.
If we had covered
You're gonna pay me $30. I know. There's still a little bit more than that. For now. Yeah.
Oh, so that you want to each. It's cool. Maybe. Region I always have fun with. Carnival has changed over the years. You have fun on the list? I don't know. I had a little cruise in like, I want to say close to a decade. But when I went out, the last cruise I went on was a Norwegian. 10 years ago. Over 10 years ago.
That's what was boring. I went on 2 before. 5 days.
I had a good time. I don't know. I can't say anything.
I had 7 days and went on 5 days. And I had for 5 days with the kids with
I even went on the Brew cruise, the inaugural Brew cruise that Carnival had. Way long ago. That was nice. Had a blast. What it is, it was. I'm gonna have to seem like quiet time. I was gonna do a little nervous.
No.
So this one. What cruise line did you
I don't even remember. Like, I was
You don't remember this one?
yeah. It was boring.
No, the longest cruise I ever been on was West. Yeah, that's an old person's cruise. I saw it. I got subsidies.
Yeah, I mean, we already know. Now it makes me more.
I just think I come to me Southeast.
Once I can.
What is your?
2, 4, 7, 6, 7.
No, don't do that.
Okay. Okay. It ain't okay. You wanna do that?
It should be a Juvenile. Yeah, there's no 130 and does she have a mainstay?
Yeah, she do, she keep going. What about you? Don't want to touch it. What's she trying to put in?
Celebration. It's just not there. No, I've been there. I've been to that, and I haven't, like I said, I haven't been to a cruise in over a decade.
It's not. Yeah, it's not.
They had 10-year patch every year. When I went, it was just the island, no water, no has water. See, that's what you guys. No, you know, you like it.
You put it on every year.
Yeah, really, seems like it's spring.
Good morning, afternoon. Miss PD, what is your name?
Taylor Arthur.
Thank you. Oh, yeah.
You're not on the record. Talking about cruise. I told him. He's talking about still wanna go. He's talking about coming to the pump. But see, the only thing with Virgin is, they don't have, they don't do like you get a drink.
Mhm.
They don't have that. So basically, you know, bar tax, you get, and basically, the thing that they just, like, $300 credit, they give you credit. So I'm drinking $300 credit. What you say? $300 credit.
No, I see a couple of things here that have pre-trial detention motion attached to them.
It's a lot. And you got 2 add-ons?
Yeah, those 2 add-ons. See.
I leave at 3:00. Not staying any later today. I gotta get tomorrow. Of course, my Friday. It's no Friday. I'm finna go. On the fly, you do better, but look, here, okay. I'll take you my autos.
Good afternoon, everybody. All rise and raise your right hand, please. Not yet. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, say so.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. That's Judge Paso with the assistance of the Spanish interpreter. It's also available. The court is going to conduct a felony bond calendar.
Buenos días, está presidiendo la juez Marimato. Se va a hacer el calendario de delitos mayores.
Okay, I apologize. It had been muted apparently. Again, thank you for letting us know. My name is Judge Mato. I'm covering the bond hearing calendar for this afternoon with the assistance of the Spanish interpreter for those who need it.
Esta es la juez Marimato. Este es el calendario de delitos mayores y tenemos a la intérprete en español para los que necesiten.
All right. And has everybody been sworn?
No, Your Honor, you have to swear them in.
All right.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, if there are any private attorneys that are on Zoom, please put your name in the chat and I will call you out of turn. All right. I don't know, Mr. Donay, are you on Zoom at all or no?
Your Honor, just my my camera is not on. I think you need to turn my camera off.
Okay, I have. Okay, Bianca is taking care of it. All right, there we go.
I'm here, Your Honor. Good morning. Nice to see you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Donay. How are you?
Oh, good afternoon. Yes.
Okay, so which case are you here on, sir?
I'm here on defendant Alexander Vega, F 2514037.
That defendant is not on calendar, Your Honor.
Oh. Yeah.
Not on calendar, sir. So I guess,
Will corrections know if he'll be on tomorrow? He was picked up and booked like at about 1 a.m.
No, he'll be on tomorrow's calendar, Your Honor.
all right,
All
thank
right.
you. All right,
All right.
Mr. See you. Happy 4th.
Yeah, happy 4th, Judge. Will it be you tomorrow?
No, no, Mr. Done. It'll be, I'm not sure who the judge is tomorrow. I'm not sure. I think I saw Stephanie Silver's name, possibly, and I think someone else, but I don't recall off the top of my head.
All right.
All right.
Happy 4th, Judge.
All
Take
right.
care. Bye-bye.
All right, any other private attorneys on Zoom? Okay, I don't believe that anyone else has put their name on. So the court is going to go in order.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Taylor Arthur. Is it presumed that the Public Defender's Office is appointed on all cases unless otherwise stated?
That is correct.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And your name again, counsel?
Taylor Arthur?
Arthur, okay. Last name is Arthur?
Yes, like the king, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, Ms. Arthur, thank you. State, can you please announce your appearances for the record for purposes of this bond hearing?
ASA Rebecca Panitz on behalf of the state. ASA Samantha Lopez on behalf of the state.
Okay. All right, so we're gonna go in order. Let's start with Sharon Johnson.
Defendant refused, Your Honor. Reset for tomorrow.
Okay. Where do I make a note of that? You got it? Okay. Okay. All right, next case. Yesenia Josefa Diaz Quesada. All right, good afternoon, Ms. Diaz Quesada.
Yes, good afternoon.
Okay, you're here, ma'am. As I said earlier, you will be appointed the services of the public defender for purposes of this hearing. The court has reviewed the arrest form in your case. The court does make a finding of probable cause for your arrest for the counts of possession of controlled substance, possession of drug paraphernalia, and petty theft.
Your Honor, defense would be requesting pretrial services given the small amount of priors.
Okay, state, what is your position on bond?
Your Honor,
What are her priors for?
I see several priors. I see a no action in 2021. And then in 2022, I see a conviction for the 2nd-degree felony of burglary of an unlawful.
All right, so what are the bond amounts that you're asking for?
The state would be asking for an elevated bond of $3,000 for the possession of a controlled substance, $1,000 of the drug paraphernalia possession, and $200 for the petty theft.
Okay. And that is based on her prior record?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, so as to count 1, the court is going to enter bond in the amount of 3,000. As to count 2, court is entering bond in the amount of 1,000. Count 3, 200. You need me to do anything? Oh, that's it. All right, next case, Chandra Collins, F2513998. Ms. Collins, please step forward.
Your Honor, on her traffic, you gave her a bond of $3,500.
Thank you. Okay, ma'am, you're being appointed to the Public Defender's Office to represent you, as I've stated, on all cases at this point, unless otherwise stated. As to your felony case, F2513998, the court has reviewed the arrest form in your case. And the court does make a finding of probable cause for your arrest. State, what is the amount of bond you're asking for on this case?
Your Honor, the state would be asking for an elevated bond due to the defendant's priors. I see a long list of priors here.
Okay.
And so we would be
Bond amount.
3,500, Your Honor. The standard bond is 2,500.
Okay. All right.
And Your Honor, I'd be asking for pretrial services alternate standard bond.
Okay. The court is going to enter bond in the amount of 3,000. Stay in touch with your attorney, Ms. Collins. Next case, I have the case of Mariolis Munoz Valdez. Okay. Good afternoon, Ms. Munoz Valdez. Does she require the services of the interpreter or no?
She does, Your Honor, and just so you know, I do have PC arguments for this case.
Okay, with the assistance of the Spanish interpreter, the court is calling the case of Mariolis Munoz Valdez.
Llamando el caso de Mariolis Muñoz Valdez. Yes.
Okay, ma'am, you're being appointed the public defender's office to represent you for purposes of this hearing.
Señora, se le están asignando los abogados de la Defensoría Pública con propósito de esta audiencia.
Okay, counsel, Ms. Taylor, Ms. Arthur, what is the argument that you wish to make as to probable cause?
¿Cuáles son
Yes,
los
Your Honor.
alegatos de la Defensoría Pública con respecto a motivo fundado?
Yes, Your Honor, this is charged as an attempted aggravated assault. There's nothing to indicate that this would be aggravated. The allegations are that Miss Munoz allegedly spit towards someone. There's nothing that indicates it landed, which I assume is why this is called attempted, but a spit would not be aggravated. To be aggravated, there would have to be an attempt to cause permanent disability, permanent disfigurement, or the use of a deadly weapon. Obviously, spit is none of those things.
Bien, su señoría, los alegatos de la defensa es que eso fue acusado como acometimiento con agravantes. Esto no sería con agravantes, dado que se dice aquí que ella le escupió a alguna persona. No hay nada que indique aquí que haya caído sobre alguien. Y para que sea con agravantes, tendría que haber incluido algún tipo de daños permanentes o desfiguración permanente, y eso no es lo que dice aquí en el affidavit de arresto.
Okay, I think the reason is because of the fact that it's a law enforcement officer, but I could be mistaken.
Yes, Your Honor, the state would.
I'm sorry, could the state speak into the microphone?
Yes, the state would agree that it's because
Give me a minute, okay?
the victim was a law enforcement officer, and we would also argue that the jury instructions require that the defendant intentionally and unlawfully threatened, either by word or act, to do violence to the victim. That would include the potential spit reaching the officer.
Okay.
Sí, su señoría, estamos de acuerdo, es por lo que fue contra un agente del orden público y es por ese motivo que fue acusado de esa manera. En las instrucciones al jurado dice que tendría que ser con intención, se hace una amenaza en palabra o acto de manera violenta hacia la víctima, y eso es lo que equivaldría a el hecho de escupir.
Okay, so what is the state asking for in terms of bond?
In terms of
¿Qué solicita la fiscalía en cuanto a fianza?
the state would be asking for a slightly elevated bond due to the defendant has one open case that is set for report on July 9th. We would be asking for $5,500. Standard bond is $5,000.
Su señoría, estaríamos solicitando una fianza levemente elevada, dado el hecho de que la acusada tiene un caso abierto que está fijado para informe el 9 de julio. Sería una fianza de 5,500, la fianza estándar sería de 5,000.
Given the lack of priors, Your Honor, I'd be requesting TAP alternate standard bond.
Su señoría, dado el hecho de que no hay antecedentes, pediría el programa alternativo TAP, fianza alterna estándar.
Okay, she's out on another case.
Yes, Your Honor.
Which case? Is that a felony or a misdemeanor?
It's a misdemeanor trespass.
Okay, is your hold on?
Ella está en libertad por otro caso que tenía también un delito menor que es de entrada ilegal. ¿Existe algún tipo de detención con respecto a ese caso?
Your Honor, misdemeanor case, the B25-14151, she'll go to court tomorrow morning on.
Su señoría, ella va a corte mañana en la mañana por el caso B25-14151.
Okay, so that case has not yet been addressed. Does it predate this case or no?
¿Ese caso es anterior a este caso?
Okay, there's no answer. Okay.
Your Honor, on the B25-14151, that's a new case. She does have an open misdemeanor as well.
Okay, so is there a misdemeanor hold for the open misdemeanor?
You're gonna place a hold on the open misdemeanor?
Yes, ma'am. She's
Okay.
violating by picking up new cases, yes.
Bien, entonces ella tiene un caso nuevo, que es el que se escuchará mañana, y tiene un caso de delitos menores abierto. Entonces habría una detención con respecto a ese caso de delitos menores porque quebrantó con las condiciones de libertad.
What is the misdemeanor case number, corrections?
B25-12167.
Okay, and that's the open misdemeanor. That's not the one for tomorrow, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so the court is going to place a misdemeanor hold on B25-12167.
Entonces se le va a poner una detención con respecto a delitos menores, caso B25-2167.
Okay, the court is making a finding of probable cause on the new felony, which is F25-14004.
Hay que sí existe motivo fundado con respecto al caso nuevo, que es el caso F25-14004.
And the court is going to enter bond in the amount of $5,500 on this case.
Y por este caso se le emite fianza de $5,500.
Okay. She'll be in court tomorrow on the new misdemeanor.
Por el caso de delitos menores, el nuevo caso de delitos menores se verá ante el juez mañana.
All right, and for a moment, I wanted to address a case because there's family in the courtroom. Case F2513947, Sharon Johnson. Ma'am, good afternoon. I know both of you have been in the courtroom. Ms. Johnson has refused to appear. So the case cannot be addressed without her, okay?
Yeah. Yes. She have a problem with that. The reason why she didn't want to come in court, she ain't took her medication.
I understand, ma'am. And what is your name, ma'am, for the record? And this is as to F2513947, Sharon Johnson, which was at the beginning of the calendar. It's the first case on the calendar. What is your name?
Irene Cologne.
Ms. Cologne. Okay. Ms. Johnson refused court. The case is being reset for tomorrow. Ma'am, you're welcome to appear on Zoom. If you wish to address the court tomorrow, you don't need to come back. You're welcome to come back, okay? And we can give you the Zoom link. One of the clerks can give you the Zoom link, or you have it. You're welcome to appear to address the court on Zoom. She is not here today because she refused to appear, and there's no guarantee that she's going to be cooperative tomorrow. I'm just letting you know, okay? And I know it's a little bit difficult to get here sometimes.
Cause that was a misunderstanding what.
Unfortunately, ma'am, I can't address it because she's not here, okay? She is going to be assigned a public defender, okay? And so you can speak to someone from that office. I can give you the number to that office and you can connect with them later in the week once someone's been assigned to the case, okay? Okay, let me give you the number if you would like.
Yes, ma'am.
It's 305. They can write it down for you. 545-1600. Okay, and the case number is F 2513947.
545, the phone number.
545-1600 is the public defender's office, 305. The case number for her relative is F 2513947, Sharon Johnson. I have no idea whether she's gonna be here tomorrow or not. It depends if she wishes to appear. Okay?
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, ma'am. You're welcome. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Okay, next case is,
Yes, Ms. Fields is present, Your Honor. Defense stands mute SPC and request standard bond.
sorry, which one are we on, Phil's?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, all right.
Any charges, Your Honor?
There are two cases for Miss Jamia Brianna Phils. I have case F 2513993 and F 2513982. The court is appointing the public defender to represent her at this time on both cases. The court is reviewing the arrest form, and the court is going to find probable cause as to both arrest forms. As to F 2513993. And I see, before I go there, I see that Ms. Corrections, please confirm, Ms. Phills has 2 open felony cases.
They are added charges, Your Honor. These are added charges. She received a bond on F 25-13371 and F 25-13372.
Okay, hold on a second. I see F 2513371. That's on my calendar. That's a new case?
That's a case that she's already in custody.
She's in custody on that. She received a bond on that, Your Honor.
Okay. And then the other case that I have listed is F 2415819.
She was taken into custody on that bond, Your Honor, and is being held no bond. Continuance date is July 17th.
Okay. All right. So we're here on 2 additional cases. F 25193 and F 2513982. What is the state asking for in terms of bond on the F 2513993, which is from, well, they're all the same type of case. State, what are you asking for in terms of bond on this case, on the 9-3 case?
One moment, Your Honor.
For the A form, there's 1 count of unoccupied burglary to a conveyance, count 1. Count 2, unlawful possession of a stolen credit card or debit card. Count 3, fraudulent use of a credit card, $100 or more. And 1 count of petty theft, which is a misdemeanor.
Yes, Your Honor. So for count 1, the burglary of an unoccupied conveyance, which is a 3rd-degree felony. Due to the amount of charges, the state would be requesting a slightly elevated bond, and I also have a motion for pretrial detention here. So we would be requesting $3,000. As standard is $2,500 for a 50-degree felony. And then we would also be requesting $3,000 for the unlawful possession of a stolen credit card. And as to the misdemeanor,
There's a 3rd felony.
Yes.
Fraudulent use of a credit card.
Yes, Your Honor. And as to that felony, we would also be requesting $3,000. I'm actually not
seeing our misdemeanor on the sheet today, but we would be requesting $700 for the petty theft misdemeanor.
Okay. All right. On count one, on F25139993, the court is entering bond in the amount of 3,000. Count two, which is unlawful possession of a stolen credit card or debit card, 3,000. Count three, fraudulent use of a credit card, $100 or more, 3,000. Count four, petty theft. The court is going to enter bond in the amount of 300.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, did you say 300?
300, yes. On case F25139982. These are also similar to the prior charges, unoccupied burglary to a conveyance, count one. All right, what are you asking for in these cases? Is it the same amounts as on the other case?
Yes, Your Honor, it would be the same amount.
Okay. On count one, unoccupied burglary to a conveyance, court is entering bond in the amount of 3,000. Count two, unoccupied burglary to a structure, 3,000. Count three, unlawful use, possession of a stolen or credit card or debit card, 3,000. On the fraudulent use of a credit card, $100 or more, it's going to be 3,000.
Petty theft, one more count, Your Honor.
Oh, you're right. I apologize. On the petty theft, I didn't see it. On the petty theft charge, it's going to be 500.
Your Honor, are you putting the motion in?
I'm sorry?
Bringing a motion?
Okay. I don't have it in my possession. Okay.
What motion?
Pretrial detention.
There's been a pretrial detention motion filed on these charges, state?
Yes. Your
Okay, Your Honor, these charges, none of these charges qualify for the pretrial detentions.
Okay, these motions for pretrial detention, I don't see any of these charges being a capital felony, a life felony, or a felony of the first degree. If you wish to file this motion for pretrial detention, state, you can file it with the division judge. I'm not going to address that right now and give notice to the public defender's office. All right, thank you, Ms. Phillips. Please stay in touch with your lawyer.
Your Honor, one moment. May we be heard on this?
Okay. If we can have Ms. Phillips back a moment.
The statute includes offenses that are dangerous crimes as defined by Florida statute 907.0415A. This includes burglary of a dwelling, which is what the defendant is charged with, two charges of burglary of an unoccupied dwelling.
They're actually burglary of a conveyance.
And a structure, neither of which apply.
Not a dwelling.
Oh, I apologize, Your Honor.
No worries. Thank you, Ms. Phillips. We may have a seat. Next case, Ibis Gonzalez Oquendo. Okay.
President, Your Honor, defense stands mute as to PC and requesting $2,500 bond.
Hold on, 1 second. Does she need the services of the Spanish interpreter? That was my first.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, and I'm sorry, Ms. Arthur, what did you say?
She doesn't need the services of the Spanish interpreter.
Oh, I know, but I missed the first part because I was asking about the Spanish.
Gotcha. I was saying that defense stands mute as to PC and is requesting a $2,500 bond.
Okay, first of all, the court appoints the public defender's office to represent Ms. Gonzalez Oquendo. The court has reviewed the arrest form and finds probable cause for her arrest. All right, state, what is the bond amount that you're asking for on the two charges before this court, which is retail theft prior conviction, which is a second-degree felony, and trespass after warning, which is a misdemeanor of the first degree?
One moment, Your Honor. Your Honor, for this second-degree felony of retail theft, the state would be requesting a slightly elevated bond due to, I see a long list of priors here. The standard bond is $5,000. State would request, $7,000.
Okay, and what about for the trespass after warning?
For the trespass, the standard bond is $500. State would request $700 for the same reason, the priors.
Okay. All right, so the court is going to enter bond for the retail theft prior convictions, which is a second-degree felony. Then enter bond in the amount of $7,000 on count 2, trespass after warning. The court is going to enter a bond in the amount of $700. Is the state going to provide a stay away order for the Home Depot?
Yes, Your Honor.
That would be the Home Depot at 19400 Southwest 106th Avenue. All right, thank you. Okay. Ana Maria Gomez,
She refused court, Your Honor, reset for tomorrow.
reset for tomorrow, okay? I don't need to write anything here.
Oh, Your Honor, I can go ahead and waive her presence, stand mute as to PC and request standard bond. Judge Glazer typically does 2,500 for these charges.
Okay. All right, does Miss corrections, does Miss Gomez have a open felony on F2311751?
Yes, Your Honor,
Okay, so the court is going to place a felony hold on F2311751.
Your Honor, this is an added charge. She's already in custody on those cases.
Oh, I see. I see, so F25 is an added charge?
F2513992 is an added charge.
Is an added charge, okay. I see, okay. All right, so the court is going to appoint the public defender's office to represent Ms. Gomez. And the court is going to enter bond in the amount of 2,500 on this case. Ariel Redford, F25136-13968.
He's a fugitive from Broward County, has no bond.
Okay.
Defense stands mute as to PC, Your Honor, and we request standard bond.
And Ariel Dejuan Redford. Okay. Is he present before the court?
Yes, Your Honor, she is.
Oh, I see. Okay. Got it. Okay, so ma'am, good afternoon. I'm going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you. For purposes of this hearing, you do have a hold out of a different county. The court is going to find probable cause for your arrest for petty theft, 2 or more convictions. State, what is the amount of bond you're asking for in this case?
Your Honor, we would be asking for a slightly elevated bond of $3,000 due to the long list of priors we see here.
Okay.
The most recent being in 2024.
All right, the court is going to enter bond in the amount of $3,000 on the petty theft for more prior convictions. Is there going to be a stay away order from the Walmart?
Yes, Your Honor, and I'm handing it to you now.
There's gonna be a stay away order from the Walmart located at 17650 Northwest Second Avenue in Miami Gardens, 33169. Next case is Petravius Spivey.
Your Honor, he's gonna be a reset. He's gonna be a reset, relocated to Metro West.
Okay, so Mr. Spivey's case is being reset. His two cases actually, F25138854 and F25138849. So it'll be reset for tomorrow.
Yes,
7,
Your Honor.
5. All right, next case is Montrell LeBron Boykins.
He was relocated to Metro West as well, Your Honor. Reset for tomorrow.
All right, that'll be a reset for July the 5th then, since he's not present. Okay. Next case I have is David Vicente, F25139950. Okay, good afternoon, Mr. Vicente.
Good afternoon.
All right, sir, I'm going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you for purposes of this hearing. I believe you're already out on bond on case F2512626.
And Your Honor, I only have PC arguments as to count 3.
Okay. First of all, the court is going to place a felony hold on F2512626. The court is. Okay, so go ahead, counsel, and make you have an argument for PC on one of the counts you said?
Yes, only as to count 3, I stand mute. As to the other counts for count 3, there's nothing that establishes damage of $1,000 or more anywhere in the 4 corners of the A form, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor, state would stipulate to no probable cause for count 3.
Okay, so as to the robbery by sudden snatching, state, what are you asking for in terms of bond?
In terms of,
So there's no PC per stipulation. And for the court's own review of the arrest form as to count 3?
yes, the criminal mischief charge.
Okay, so on that case, there'll be
When there's no PC, usually.
released outright. It'll be released outright as to count 3. Okay. With regards to count 1, robbery by sudden snatching. What is the standard bond on that case, and does he have priors?
Yes, Your Honor, he has not priors, but 3 open cases. The case number is F2512626. And the charges are the 3rd-degree felony battery by strangulation.
Right, I've already held him no bond on that case.
Yes,
Or felony hold on that case, rather.
yes. Because of these open cases, the standard bond is $2,500 for robbery of sudden snatch. The state would be requesting $5,000 because of these open cases.
And to be clear, it's one case with 3 counts. The F2512626 is not several cases, but one case with multiple counts.
Yes,
Okay.
Your Honor, I apologize.
Okay, and so, and what are you asking for in terms of bonds on the attempted false imprisonment and the misdemeanor battery DE?
For the attempted false imprisonment, we would be also requesting $5,000, and for the domestic violence battery, a misdemeanor in the 1st degree, we would request $2,000. Standard bond for that misdemeanor is $1,000.
Okay. All right, so as to count 1, the court is entering bond in the amount of 5,000. Count 2, 5,000. Count 3, he's being released outright. Count 4, will be 1,000. And there's a felony hold on the 12626 case. I believe actually that, hold on one second.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm writing a stay away order right now for the victim in the case.
Okay. We'll have a stay away order in place for the victim.
Yes,
Okay.
Dominique Williams.
Please prepare that. Also, I understand that there is on the chat, there's a mother of Spivey, Petravius Spivey, Miss Spivey. You just want to let you know your son was transferred to a different facility. The hearing will be on July the 5th. I don't know if you saw that or not, but just letting you know. I don't know if she's still on. Okay. All right. Next case, Thomas Manuel Palomo. Okay, Mr. Palomo, is he present? Okay. Mr. Vicente, you need to speak to your lawyer by calling the number. Right now, I'm calling another case, sir. And I'm entering a stay away order on Dominique Williams. That's a misdemeanor, right? The stay away order that you provided was on the misdemeanor?
Oh, I apologize, Your Honor. I think I may have done the circuit court. Actually, no, I think it should be fine.
Let me have the clerk decide that.
Yes.
Is it a domestic case?
Yes.
It's fine? Do I initial everything or no?
Well, the ones that you want.
Yeah. Okay, well. Can I have the MA form back a minute on Vicente? Thank you. Oh, you're right. Okay, do they live at the same residence or we don't know? Because I'm not sure about that. I don't see it in here, it just says boyfriend, girlfriend, but. Domestic related battery. Well, I'm gonna include it.
Yeah, yes, Your Honor. I don't believe the permanent address of the dependent and the listed address of the victim are different.
Well, I'm including it. If it's a different thing, you verify that and let me know and I'll change it. Thomas Manuel Palomo. All right, good afternoon, sir. Court is calling case F2513951. Does Mr. Palomo need the services of the interpreter or no?
He does not, Your Honor. Defense stands mute as to PC and is requesting TAP alternate standard bond.
All right. Does Mr. Palomo have prior state?
No, Your Honor, this state would request standard bond for all three counts.
Okay. All right. The court is appointing the public defender's office to represent Mr. Palomo. The court makes a finding of probable cause for the charges. And as to count 1, which is controlled substance possession, crystal meth, the court is entering bond in the amount of $2,500. As to count 2, possession of drug paraphernalia, the court is entering bond of $500. As to count 3, giving a false name after arrest, the court is entering bond in the amount of $500. And as to count 4, prohibited camping, Miami Beach, the court is entering bond in the amount of $150. Is there going to be, is there a stay away order at all from the location of the 1100 block of Lincoln Road or no?
Your Honor, we would request a stay away order, but there are no non-domestic violence stay away orders in the courtroom. My colleague has gone to get more.
Okay, all right, well, if you find one, you want to enter it,
Yes.
you can
Your
do
Honor.
so. All right,
Entering a stay away order for Mr. Palomo?
for the campsite.
Okay.
That has not been called yet. I don't have the order, but. All right,
Did Your Honor repeat the bond amount for the prohibited camping?
150. The prohibited camping is 150. All right. All right, okay, thank you.
Sorry, to clarify, Your Honor, are you issuing a stay away order for the bench that he was sleeping on?
I was issuing a stay away order for for that park, for him to stay away from that area.
Okay.
But I haven't issued it because I do not have a form.
You think it can always be issued in division?
It could be issued, it could be addressed in division then. I'm not gonna issue it this afternoon, okay? All right, so Judge Hirsch can deal with that. All right, next case is Michael Geddes.
Your Honor, he refused. He also is being held no bond on a probation warrant.
Okay, so
Your Honor, I'll go ahead and waive his presence, stand mute S to PC and ask for standard bond.
okay, so he's being held no bond on F2311244.
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right. So then as to the new charge, the felony charge, the court finds probable cause. As to count one, there's 2 counts, possession of cocaine and possession of drug paraphernalia. And the felony charges for what? That he's on probation for?
Burglary, unoccupied dwelling, criminal mischief.
Okay.
Tomorrow.
All right.
Yep.
All right, as to count 1 on the possession of cocaine, the court is entering bond in the amount of 5,000. On count 2, possession of drug paraphernalia, 1,000. Next case, Juan Green, F2513974 and F2513973.
He's present, Your Honor.
All right, Green, please step forward. Okay, Mr. Green, you have 2 cases before the court. The court is going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you on both. The court has reviewed the arrest form in your case, and the court finds probable cause on both cases. Okay. State, what is the, what are his priors? Does he have priors?
Yes, Your Honor. I see priors from 2022, a felony for in the 3rd degree.
Can I see the prior state? It's a lot easier. Please pass them up. Thank you. Okay. All right, thank you.
Your Honor, it's my understanding that Mr. Green has already paid his bond of 2,500 on both cases. There might just be a card issue. I'd ask that Your Honor keep the standard bond of 2,500 on all counts.
He's already paid the bond, you said?
Yes, Your Honor.
He has to see the judge before he can bond out, Your Honor.
I'm sorry?
He has to see you before he can bond out. It has first appearance on the jail card.
Right. But he claims that he's claimed that he's paid the bonds. Is that accurate?
Well, no, because he has to see you first. It's nothing attached to the jail card saying that he paid a bond.
I see. What was the amount that you were gonna ask state for on these cases?
I would ask for 3,500 for each case, Your Honor. Because of the prior record.
Okay. All right, on F2513974, which is one count of unlawful possession of a stolen credit or debit card. The court is going to enter bond in the amount of 3,500. On F2513973, there are two counts. The court is going to enter bond on count 1, which is possession of cannabis, 3,500. On count 2, possession with intent to deliver cannabis, 3,500. All right, next case. Lawrence Williams.
Bond out.
Bonded out. Thank you. Ladarius Edwards. Ladarius Edwards is F2513975. I'm appointing the Public Defender's Office to represent you, sir. The court has reviewed the arrest form in your case and finds probable cause for your arrest. Does Mr. Edwards have priors, state?
There's a prior felony case that was no action, Your Honor. That's it.
What was the felony for?
Grand theft and the 3rd degree.
Okay.
Unauthorized use and stolen.
All right, so are you asking for standard bond?
Yes, Your Honor, for all.
All right, the court has made a finding of probable cause. The court is going to issue standard bond. What is the amount on these? What is standard on each of these?
For the 2nd degree felony, it would be $5,000. For the use of a firearm or display while committing a felony, for the grand theft, would also be $5,000, and for the 3rd degree felony of operating a chop shop, it would be $2,500.
Okay. All right, on count 1, it's going to be 5,000. Count 2, 5,000. Count 3, 2,500.
Two counts of grand theft, Your Honor.
Oh, I'm sorry.
2 counts of grand theft.
Oh, you're right. Sorry, you are correct. So I apologize. Again, count 1, 5,000. Count 2, 5,000. Count 3, 5,000. Count 4, 2,500. And there's going to be a stay away order from LLE Automotive LLC, 12900 Northwest 30th Avenue, Bay 2 in Opelika. Thank you. Next case, Donald Bush. Okay, Ms. Spivey, I think that you were asking about where court is held for bond hearings. It is always at the Richard E. Gerstein Building in the Criminal Courthouse at 1351 Northwest 12th Street. Okay. Donald Bush, is he there? All right.
Yes, Your Honor, he's present.
All right, thank you. All right, the court is appointing the public defender's officer to represent you. The court is making a finding of probable cause for your arrest. State what is the bond amount that you're asking for? Is that,
Yes, Your Honor, we would be asking for a $5,000 bond. Standard bond is $2,500. This defendant has several priors while they were from 2001. The defendant was sentenced to 20 years.
okay. Ms. Arthur, did you want to be heard or no?
Your Honor, I would just note that this charge in and of itself takes into account the priors Mr. Bush has, and it should be standard bond of $2,500.
Okay, the court is going to enter bond in the amount of $4,000 on count one. Next case, Eldrick Brown. State, do you have priors for Mr. Brown, by the way?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, if you can pass them up. In the meantime, the court is going to, is Mr. Brown there?
Yes, he's present, Your Honor. Defense stands mute as to PC and is requesting tap. Alternate 2,500 count one and 500 count two.
Okay, the court makes a finding of, the court has appointed the public defender. The court, makes a finding of probable cause for the arrest of Mr. Brown. I see his priors. The court is going to enter bond on count one, 4,000. Count two, 1,000. You see? Hold on one second. Yes. Count one, 4,000, count two. Count one, 4,000, count two, 1,000. Malcolm Cooper. F2514007. Malcolm Cooper.
On his misdemeanor, Your Honor, you gave him a bond of 150.
I'm sorry, 150, thank you.
Yes.
All right. Mr. Cooper, all right. You've been appointed the public defender's officer. The court makes a finding of probable cause for your arrest. State what is the amount of bond you're asking for on this battery by detainee?
State would be asking for a slightly elevated bond of 3,000 due to the prior conviction.
Defense is requesting standard bond of 2,500.
Can I see his priors? The court is going to enter bond in the amount of $3,000. Joshua Morales, F2513986.
Mr. Morales is present, Your Honor, and does not need the services of the Spanish interpreter.
Okay, thank you.
Defense stands mute as to PC and is requesting pretrial services, alternate standard bond.
May I see his prior state? The court is going to appoint the public defender's office on this case. The court is making a finding of probable cause.
Your Honor, on his traffic, you gave him a bond of 3,500.
Thank you. Okay, on count one, possession of controlled substance, the court is entering bonding the amount of 3,000. On count two, possession of drug paraphernalia, it's going to be 1,000. Count three, petty theft, it's going to be 300. And there's going to be a stay away order from the Walmart located at 21151 South Dixie Highway in Miami. Okay, next case I have on the calendar is, I don't know, address Riggins.
Your Honor, he's a V-Fox. He's being held no bond on F 19011.
Yes, correct.
We have to reset it for tomorrow.
We need-
For whatever reason, the AFORM system did not.
Okay, Mr. Riggins' case needs to be reset for tomorrow. The court is unable to obtain a copy of the arrest form. It did not print for the clerk. Next case, Andy Fernandez Noy.
Your Honor, he has a hold for immigration.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Ms. Arthur, let me know if he needs the services of the Spanish interpreter.
I will, Your Honor, as soon as he's present. He's not here yet.
Okay,
You said Mr. Fernandez, correct, Your Honor?
yes.
Okay.
Not here yet?
Almost. He does require the services of the Spanish interpreter, Your Honor.
With the assistance of the Spanish interpreter.
Your Honor, if you could just repeat, or if corrections could repeat the hold so that Mr. Fernandez could hear.
Voy a repetirle cuál es la detención que tiene. Un momento.
He has a hold for immigration.
Tiene detención de inmigración.
Okay. All right, on Mr. Fernandez Noy, the court is going to appoint the public defender's office to represent him.
Para el señor Fernández Noy se le va a asignar el abogado de oficio para que lo represente.
Okay, the court has made a finding of probable cause for his arrest.
Hallo que sí existe motivo fundado por el arresto.
And may I see his priors, please?
Yes, no.
He has no priors. Okay, so what are you asking for in terms of bond standard?
Él no tiene antecedentes que están solicitando en cuanto a fianza estándar.
Okay, so count one is going to be 2,500. Count two, 2,500.
Entonces el cargo número 1 será fianza de $2,500. Cargo número 2, fianza de $2,500.
Okay, next case, Leandro Felix Gonzalez.
On the defender refused, he also is out on felony bond on F 12848.
Okay, so he will be then.
Your Honor, I can go ahead and waive his presence, stand mute as to PC and request standard bond.
On Mr. Gonzalez, okay, so. Okay, there's going to be a felony hold on F25-12848. He can appear before Judge Million. The court is appointing the public defenders, finding probable cause for the arrest. And as to count one, petty theft, The court is going to enter bond in the amount of 3,500 on count 2. It's going to be $1,000 on count 3, $1,000. Damian Muta.
I apologize, Your Honor. I have to stay away.
He's
What-
present before the court, Your Honor.
He's not present.
I'm sorry, Miss Arthur, I didn't hear you.
Mr. Guaida is present.
Okay, thank you. Does he need the services of the Spanish interpreter?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. All right, the court is going to appoint the public defender's office to represent Mr. Guta. The court has reviewed the arrest form, finds probable cause for his arrest. State, may I see his priors? Thank you. Okay. The court is going to enter bond in the amount of $2,500 for this case. William Henry, F2513997.
Your Honor, he has a hold for the Department of Corrections.
Thank you.
Corrections, you said there was a hold for immigration?
No, there's a hold for the Department of Corrections.
Oh, okay.
No bond. On a case that's a second-degree homicide. Okay.
Understood, Your Honor. Mr. Henry is present. Defense stands mute as to PC and requests standard bond on all counts.
Okay, state, may I see the priors, please? Okay, the court is appointing the public defender's office for purposes of this hearing. The court is finding probable cause for his arrest. Thank you. What is the bond amount normally on arson? First degree?
Yes, Your Honor.
Corrections, do you have the bond amount for arson, first degree?
No, Your Honor, I don't.
Okay.
Your Honor, it's $7,500.
Okay. All right, the court is going to enter bond in the amount of 10,000 for arson, first degree. Next, Joshua Harrison. There are 2 cases for Mr. Harrison, F2513964 and F2513963. And I believe that there are 2 open felony cases. Corrections, are there any holds on the felony cases that are printing F2513859 and F?
He's already in custody and dropped these able.
Got it. Okay, these are added charges. Okay. State, do you have his priors with you?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Mr. Harrison, good afternoon, sir. The court is appointing the public defender's office to represent you on these 2 cases.
Sorry, Your Honor, before we go further, I have 1, 2, 3 cases. You have 3 cases?
I have 2.
Only have 2.
Okay, I have F25-13859, F25-1389, F25 13963, F25 13694.
We just have 6-4 and 6-3.
Right, we only have 6-4 and 6-3.
Okay, I'll reset the other two for tomorrow then.
Okay. All right, so the court is appointing the public. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, they were done yesterday. They were done yesterday, corrections.
No, this is a new jail card.
On F25 13859, it states that on 7-3, he was bonded out for corrections.
Okay, so we have to, yes, do you want to reset the whole card for tomorrow then? Because it's not gonna appear.
I'm gonna say that we should reset everything, right?
Yeah.
Okay, it'll be reset. All of them will be reset for tomorrow so that they can all be addressed in a coherent manner.
And if
Eric, would you be able to do that? Because I can't do it on my end.
I'll try, and if anything happens and it doesn't hurt, please call me tomorrow so I can get the 8 pump, okay?
Okay, no problem.
So, there are some victims who I noted, I just see are on Zoom.
For this case, Your Honor?
Okay, for the victims who are on Zoom. On Joshua Harrison, there's a Sabrina Ferreira that put a note in the chat. Sabrina de Matos de Jesus Ferreira. Ma'am, you can appear on. Okay, and Matias Rodriguez. There are a number of folks that are on Zoom. I see them on Mr. Harrison's case. I understand that you are all some of the victims on his cases. His cases are being addressed tomorrow because not all of the cases are before the court. Okay. Bianca, can you assist here? I think that they understand. There's a time for tomorrow. Around what time is felonies tomorrow? Same time?
Yes, we're always the last ones to be
Or-
heard.
The court will address it's not me, it's gonna be a different judge. The felony calendar is the last calendar to be heard. For bond hearings, we start at 9 a.m., but usually bond hearings for felonies does not start till about
Anywhere between 11:30 and 1 p.m.
anytime between 11:30 and 1 p.m. It depends on how many cases there are before it in both juvenile and misdemeanor court. So I'm sorry, can I give you a more precise time? Perhaps one of you can log in. But it could be anywhere between 11:30 approximately and 1 o'clock. And as you see, now it's 2:22 and I'm just calling the case now. So thank you all. You're welcome to all come back tomorrow and address the court. Okay, Junior Castro de Los Angeles.
Your Honor, he has a hold for immigration.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
He is present before the court, Your Honor.
All right, does he require the services of the interpreter or no?
Yes, he does, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. With the assistance of the Spanish interpreter, the court is calling the case of Junior Castro de Los Angeles.
Señor Junior Castro de Los Ángeles,
F2513956.
F25 139. I'm sorry, Judge, what was the number? 13956.
56.
And if corrections could repeat the whole they previously stated.
He has a hold for immigration.
Y él tiene una detención de inmigración.
All right. The court is appointing the public defender's office to represent Mr. de Los Angeles.
La juez está asignando los abogados de oficio para que representen al señor de Los Ángeles.
The court is going to make a finding of probable cause.
Y hallo que sí existe motivo fundado.
Defense is requesting standard bond, Your Honor.
La defensa está solicitando fianza estándar.
Okay. Do we have priors for Mr. de Los Angeles?
¿Tenemos antecedentes para el señor de Los Ángeles?
No, Your Honor. Oh, yes, I see on his NCICs there is a DUI.
Veo en los antecedentes nacionales que hay un cargo por manejar bajo los efectos.
Thank you.
Move it.
Thank you. All right, the court is going to enter bond in the amount of $2,500.
La juez le va a emitir fianza de $2,500.
There's also a stay away order from the alleged victim, Anna Smiloska.
También tiene una orden de alejamiento de la presunta víctima, Ana Smiloska.
There's to be no contact with that person.
Usted no puede tener ningún tipo de contacto con esa persona.
All right. Next case, we have Zvi Herman. F2514000.
He's present, Your Honor.
Okay. I believe that he has an open felony case, F2511207. He's out on bonds on that case. When he picked up this case, there will be a felony hold on F2511207. The court is appointing the public defender's office to represent Mr. Herman. The court is making a finding of probable cause for his arrest. May I see his prior state?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Okay, the court is going to enter bond on count 1 in the amount of 4,000. Count 2, it's going to be 1,000. And there's a felony hold, as I indicated earlier, for the open felony. Next case, Orlando Joel Lorenzo.
He's present before the court, Your Honor, and he doesn't require the services of the Spanish interpreter.
Does not, okay.
Your Honor, he was out on house arrest and picked up new charges.
Thank you. All right, the court is appointing the public defender's office to represent Mr. Lorenzo. The court has reviewed the arrest form and finds probable cause for his arrest. The court is noting that he is out on bond on F2415322. He is currently on house arrest for that case. There's going to be a felony hold on that case. And all right, there is an aggravated assault with a deadly weapon charge, which is count 1. The bond amount for that case is going to be $7,500. On count 2, aggravated battery with a deadly weapon. The count on that, the bond on that count is going to be $10,000. There's also going to be an order of pretrial release entered in favor of the alleged victim, JL, which are the initials.
So that's a hold on motion for pretrial, Your Honor.
No, no, pretrial detention motion.
No. This is it's an order, it's a stay away order. Order of pretrial release conditions that were handed up to me to prevent contact with the victim for the stay away order. So there's a felony hold on F24-15322. And then there is bond in the amount of 7,500 on count 1, 10,000 on count 2.
Your Honor, because this is an aggravated battery, it does fall under the statute, Florida statute 907.041, in parentheses 5, parentheses A, under dangerous crimes related to pretrial detention. And so the state would be requesting that pretrial detention, is issued for this defendant. We do have a proposed order.
Ms. Arthur, did you wish to be heard?
Your Honor, it's my understanding that these charges do not qualify for the pretrial detention statute.
Well, apparently it does, because the offense is a dangerous crime. He is currently charged with one of the counts is aggravated battery for the use of the concrete, if I'm not mistaken, if I recall correctly. So therefore it would qualify for pretrial detention under Florida statute 907.0415D. So the court is making a finding that he is charged with a dangerous crime, as I just indicated. It is, second. Let me ask you, State, for the pretrial detention, it says here the offense is presently charged is a capital felony, a life felony, or felony of the first degree. The next thing is that it's a dangerous crime. Does the dangerous crime being charged, aggravated battery, have to fall within the capital felony, life felony, or felony of the first degree? Yes. So therefore, this does not qualify.
It does not qualify, Your Honor, for that whole?
I believe so, because it's not an or, it's an and. So the charge has to be a felony of the first degree, a capital felony, or life felony in order for it to qualify for pretrial detention. It does qualify as a dangerous crime, but does not meet the criteria numero uno on the statute. If anything changes, I'm sure the state can follow up and file the appropriate motions. Not at this time, though. The standard bonds that the bonds that I've issued remain. Next, O'Shane Powell, F25.
Defendant refused court, Your Honor.
Used. Okay, we can reset this for tomorrow then. Next case, Fernando Santiago. Okay. Mr. Fernandez Santiago, good afternoon,
Present,
sir.
Your Honor.
Does he require the services of the interpreter or no?
No, Your Honor.
All right. The court is appointing the public defender's office to represent you, sir. The court has reviewed the arrest form in your case and finds probable cause for your arrest. State, may I see his priors?
Yes, Your Honor.
Your Honor, given the lack of priors, and I believe Mr. Santiago is in the Navy, I'd be requesting either pretrial services or house arrest level 2 alternate standard bond.
Your Honor, that there are no priors, but I can show you that page. on the NCI fees.
Okay. With regards to Mr. Santiago, the court is making a finding of probable cause. I believe I said that earlier. The court is going to enter bond in the amount of $5,000 for count 1, $5,000 for count 2. And there's also going to be a stay away order, one for each victim of Samuel Ayer and one for Jerica Cruz. Raymond Johnson, please. May I see his priors?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay, good afternoon, Mr. Johnson. Okay. State, do we know if the domestic charges that are in the prior record with the same victim, or we do not know that?
I wouldn't know until I look at the packet back again.
Okay. All right. The court is appointing the public defender's office on Mr. Johnson's case. The court has reviewed the arrest form and finds probable cause for his arrest. Okay.
Defense would be requesting house arrest, alternate standard bond.
Standard bond in this case is how much? 5,000 or more? The third degree felony.
2,500, Your Honor.
And battery by strangulation is a $2,500 bond.
For the
Domestic battery by strangulation is I'm sorry?
From what I even understand, Your Honor, the third degree felony is $2,500.
Right.
There's some sort of act of violence that is
Your Honor, the standard bond for battery by strangulation is 5,000.
Oh, okay. All right. The court, okay, the court has also reviewed, the prior record. I know it does not, involve convictions, but there are several arrests for battery, including a prior battery by domestic strangulation, which was null prost in 2022, and several misdemeanor counts of battery, which were either null prost or no actioned. The court is going to enter bond in this case in the amount of 10,000 and a stay away order from Ashley Gilmore. Michael Miller, please step forward.
He's present, Your Honor.
Hey, Ms. Fargo, how are you?
Good afternoon, sir. The court is appointing the public defender's office to represent you for purposes of this hearing. May I see his priors?
And Your Honor, I would say I do have a probable cause argument as to count 3, but I stand mute as to the other 2 charges.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. State, do you stipulate regarding count 3, which is the criminal mischief, that there's no PC based on no reference to any monetary amounts in the arrest form?
Yes, Your Honor, that would be my exact argument.
One moment, Your Honor.
And not only no monetary amounts, but I don't see anything alleging damage to anything either.
Right.
Your Honor, the state would stipulate to count 3.
Okay, on count 3, he's gonna be released outright. On count 1, which is burglary with assault or battery,
State filed a motion.
did the state file a motion on that case?
Your Honor, I need to check if it was filed, but I do know we have one here in court that we can hand over to. This is a first degree felony, and so this would
If you're
qualify.
filing a pretrial detention motion?
Yes,
Yeah.
Your Honor.
Okay, if you can, if you're gonna do that, then I need to see it, please, and file it, if you're gonna do that. Okay. Okay, the state is filing a motion for pretrial detention pursuant to Florida statute 907.0415D. They're asking the court to enter an order detaining the defendant pending a final hearing on pretrial detention. The defendant is currently charged with burglary with assault or battery, which is a life felony or punishable by life felony, which would qualify. It would also qualify as a dangerous crime. There is probable cause that he committed the offense. They're incorporating the arrest affidavit by reference for the facts. And there's a substantial probability that he committed the charged offense and meets one of the conditions for pretrial detention. And so based on this motion and the facts of this case and the charges before the court is going to go ahead and sign the order granting pretrial detention on this case. No bond on count 1. On count 2, the aggravated assault with a firearm, it'll be $7,500. Released outright on count 3. And there's going to be a stay away order in favor of the victim, Shani Akoff. Okay. Roberto Javier Andreo Rodriguez.
He's present, Your Honor, and does require the services of the Spanish interpreter.
With the assistance of our Spanish interpreter, please.
Yes, Judge.
Okay, and with the assistance of the Spanish interpreter, before we address this case, I wanted to address someone on because I don't have a way of responding to the chat. There's someone named Julian who was on the case of Mr. Herrera who asked about the status of that case.
Hay una persona en el chat que está preguntando sobre el caso del señor Herrera, alguien que tiene como nombre Julián.
Okay. I wanted to let him know that case, Joshua Harrison, I think it's the one he's on, is being reset for tomorrow for bond hearing. He has several cases that need to be addressed at the same time.
Quería informarle que este caso, que es el mismo caso de Joshua Harrison, quedó programado nuevamente para el día de mañana, para las audiencias de fianza del día de mañana. Él tiene varios casos que tienen que todos retomarlos al mismo tiempo.
And there were several victims who were on Zoom waiting to be heard. They were advised that tomorrow this felony bond hearing can start anytime between 11:30 and 1 o'clock.
Y había varias personas, varias presuntas víctimas en el Zoom. Se les anunció que el día de mañana las fianzas por los delitos mayores serán vistas en cualquier momento entre las 11:30 de la mañana, comenzando, perdón, desde las 11:30 de la mañana hasta la 1 de la tarde en cualquier momento.
Okay, so Mr. Julian, you can come back tomorrow on Zoom and wait for the case to be called. It was not called today.
Entonces, señor Julián, puede volver el día de mañana para esperar a que el caso sea llamado porque el día de hoy no se tomó ese caso.
All right, thank you, Madam Interpreter.
You're welcome, Judge.
All right, so I'm addressing the case of Roberto Javier Andreu Rodriguez.
Estamos ahora en el caso del señor Roberto Javier Andreu Rodríguez.
F253077.
F253077.
Okay. All right, Mr. Andreu Rodriguez, I'm appointing the Public Defender's Office to represent you, sir, for purposes of this hearing.
Señor Andreu Rodríguez, con propósito de esta audiencia, le estoy asignando a los abogados de oficio para que lo representen.
Okay. This case was here on an arrest warrant that issued.
Este caso viene aquí por un arresto, una orden de arresto que fue emitida.
Okay. The court is going to find probable cause for your arrest, sir.
Señor Yayo, que sí existe motivo fundado por su arresto.
And you have a total of 4 charges, sir, per the arrest warrant.
Según la orden de arresto, señor, usted tiene 4 cargos en su contra.
Okay. And they are insurance fraud, count 1.
Los cargos son cargo número 1, fraude de seguros.
Okay. That's going to be $5,000, sir.
Ese tendrá fianza de $5,000.
Organized scheme to defraud is going to be another $5,000.
Esquema organizado de cometer fraude, otros $5,000 de fianza.
Grand theft is going to be $5,000.
Hurto de mayor cuantía será fianza de $5,000.
And staged accident, sir, is going to be $5,000.
Y accidentes montados será fianza de $5,000.
Your Honor, would that be with a Nebia? Because it states a Nebia on the jail card.
Yes, I was going to add that. Thank you. Corrections. It's going to be, so it's a total of $20,000, sir, with a Nebia.
Entonces tiene de fianza total $20,000 con una detención Nebia.
And your attorney can explain what that means, sir.
Su abogada le puede explicar lo que eso significa.
Are there any holds for him other than?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Bien, y no tiene, aparte de eso, no tiene más detenciones.
All right, thank you, Mr.
Yes.
Andreu Rodriguez.
Ya es todo. Gracias, señor Andreu Rodríguez.
Next case, Junior Castro Santana.
He requires the services of the Spanish interpreter, Your Honor.
Thank you. With the assistance of our Spanish interpreter, the court is addressing Junior Castro Santana, F25-13978.
Estamos en el caso del señor Junior Castro Santana, caso F25-13978.
All right, the court is appointing the public defender's office to represent Mr. Castro Santana.
La jueza está asignando los abogados de oficio para que representen al señor Castro Santana.
The court is making a finding of probable cause for his arrest.
Hallo que sí existe motivo fundado por el arresto.
Defense waives reading of the charges, Your Honor.
La defensa pide que no se lean los cargos.
And I also stand mute as to PC and would request standard bond.
Y permanecemos en silencio con respecto a motivo fundado y solicito fianza estándar.
All right. State, does Mr. Castro Santana have priors?
Fiscalía, el señor Castro Santana tiene antecedentes.
Yes, Your Honor.
May you please pass them up?
Por favor, me dejan ver los antecedentes.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the page that I turned to is the local, and then if you go through it, then there will also be the NCICs as well.
Si su señoría se fija, ahí están los antecedentes locales y también en la otra página están los antecedentes nacionales.
All right, as to count one, the court is going to enter bond in the amount of $7,500. Count two, it's going to be 1,000.
En cuanto al cargo número 1, se emite fianza de $7,500. Cargo número 2 tiene fianza de $1,000.
Any stay-away orders or anything or no?
Yes.
And there's going to be a stay-away order in place in favor of GA, which are the initials of the victim.
Tendrá una orden de alejamiento, tiene que mantenerse alejado de la persona que tiene iniciales GA, la presunta víctima.
All right, sir, stay in touch with your lawyer.
Señor, mantenga contacto con sus abogados.
Rayshad Gordon. Okay, Mr. Gordon, good afternoon, sir. We're here on F25-13985. The court has reviewed the arrest form and finds probable cause for your arrest. The state has filed a motion for pretrial detention pursuant to Florida statute 907.0415D. The first charge on the first count is a burglary with assault or battery, which is a punishable by life felony, which would qualify under the criteria for a capital life felony or felony of the first degree, as well as a dangerous crime. The court has found probable cause that the defendant committed said offense, and the state can show a substantial probability that he did so, and that he meets the criteria for pretrial detention and incorporates the affidavit for the arrest as part of the facts. The court, as to count one, is going to hold him no bond pursuant to the pretrial detention statute. On count two, which is strong arm robbery, that's going to be 7,500. And count three, it's going to be 500. The court is signing the order. And the court is also, for the pretrial detention, the court is also going to sign an order regarding no contact with the alleged victim, who is Yancy Velasquez. All right. Next case, Quentin O'Brien, F2513995. Can I see Mr. O'Brien's priors, please?
Yes, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Mr. O'Brien. The court is going to appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you, sir. The court has reviewed the arrest form in your case and finds probable cause for your arrest. The court has also reviewed your prior record, sir. On this charge, sir, the court is going to enter bond in the amount of $10,000, sir. George Auguste. Is he still in Ward D?
Your Honor, I have him here.
All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Auguste. Court is calling F2513906. The court has reviewed the arrest form and finds probable cause for your arrest. Does Mr. Auguste have another open case or no?
This is the only case I have on the jail card, Your Honor.
Right.
Your Honor, from what I could see on our end, I only see this case open,
Right.
but there is a,
The way that the A form reads is odd. Arrest made from previous incident. Nevertheless, the court does find probable cause for his arrest.
Your Honor, the NCICs will show many priors if you would like to look at it.
Okay, let me take a quick look. Okay. As to this case, which is the grand theft, court is going to enter bonding the amount of 7,500. And there's also going to be a stay away order from Jermel Broynton. Okay, next case is Abraham Ruiz. Okay, Mr. Ruiz, the court is calling F25-13959. Does he require the services of the interpreter or no?
No, Your Honor.
Right.
Defense stands mute as to PC and is requesting standard bond of 2,500.
Okay, is he currently out on probation? On F30589 and F10-31639?
It's not on the jail card. 1 second, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor, he's out on probation on those cases.
Okay, so the court is going to enter probation hold on F10-30589 and F10-31639. The court finds PC for his arrest and the court is going to enter bond in the amount of 5,000. All right, Kyle Davis, F25-13969. Mr. Davis, please step forward. It's okay. Mr. Davis, good afternoon, sir. The court is appointing the public defender's office to represent you, sir, for purposes of this hearing. The court has reviewed the arrest form in your case and does find probable cause for your arrest.
Given the lack of priors, Your Honor, be requesting pretrial services, alternate standard bond.
May I see his prior state?
Yes, Your Honor, and there are a couple on the NCICs. He's in, well, I should say.
All right, on count one, the court is, well, it's only one count. Well, actually, no. There are two counts. Okay. The court is going to enter bond in the amount of 5,000 on count one, 5,000 on count two.
What was the bond, Your Honor?
5,000 on each count and a probation hold. I'm sorry, not a probation hold on him. I apologize. $5,000 on count one and $5,000 on count two. Francisco Hernandez Gray, F25-13987.
I'm down.
He bonded out? Okay, thank you. Next case. Eduardo San Pedro, F25-13988.
Bond out.
Next case, Jorge Luis Gonzalez Ferrer.
Bond out.
All right, Mike Acosta de Armas.
He's present, Your Honor. He does require the services of the Spanish interpreter. And I do want Your Honor to know that I am going to stand mute and request standard bond.
Okay, thank you.
Su señoría, lo que vamos a hacer es que vamos a solicitar fianza estándar.
Your Honor, he has 2 open fugitives, which he's being held no bond on.
Su señoría, él tiene 2 casos abiertos por los cuales no tiene fianza.
Okay. All right, the court is appointing the public defender's office for purposes of this hearing. The court makes a finding of probable cause for his arrest.
Con propósito de esta audiencia, se le está asignando el abogado de oficio para que lo represente y hallo que sí existe motivo fundado por el arresto.
Okay. All right, on count 1, the court is going to enter bond in the amount of 5,000.
Por el cargo número 1 se le emite fianza por $5,000.
And on count
It's
2.
only, yes, it's only 1 case, Your Honor. You gave him 150 on the traffic.
Okay, I was gonna, yes, because I remember him. I don't even need to make a note of it on the back of the A form then?
No.
All right, so just 5,000 on count 1. Thank you.
Es solamente ese cargo, un caso, o sea, tiene fianza de $5,000 por ese caso. Por el delito menor ya le habían dado fianza.
Okay. Okay, next case is Giovanni Pupo Rivero, and he has 3 cases actually. Does he require the services of the interpreter, Ms. Arthur?
He does not, Your Honor. Defense stands mute as to all 3 cases and would request standard bond.
All right. May I see his priors, please? The court is going to appoint the public defender's office for purposes of this hearing on all 3 cases, F2514002, F2501403, and F2501401. The court is making a finding of probable cause on all 3 new cases. All right. Okay. On each case, there's 1 count on each case for retail theft. Court is going to enter bond in the amount of $7,500 on each case. And there's going to be stay away orders entered on each case. Okay, on case F2514001, there's going to be a stay away order from CVS Navarro at 1230 West 29th Street in Hialeah. On F2514002, there's going to be a stay away order from CVS Navarro at 101 Hialeah Drive in Hialeah, Florida. And on F2514003, there's going to be a stay away order from CVS Navarro at 1230 West 29th Street in Hialeah. All right, Robert McCoo. All right, good afternoon, Mr. McCoo. The court is going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you, sir, for purposes of this hearing. The court has reviewed the arrest form in your case and finds probable cause for your arrest. Further, the court notes that you're on probation on F19-748. Corrections, do you have that?
Ma'am, thank you.
All right, there's going to be a probation hold on F19-748. Okay. On count 1, which is the fleeing charge, it's going to be 10,000. Count 2. going to be 1,000, count 3.
There's only 2 counts, Your Honor.
Okay, that's a traffic. Never mind. Thank you. Sebastian Gomez.
Reset medical, Your Honor.
Okay, so we need to reset it.
Mr. Gomez is present, Your Honor. He's right next to me.
Okay, thank you. All right. Okay. All right, the court is appointing the public defender's office to represent. The court is making a finding of probable cause for the arrest. State, may I see his priors? Okay. All right, the court is going to enter bond in the amount of $5,000 on count 1, $5,000 on count 2.
Also the daily order for the victim.
Okay, there's going to be a stay away order in favor of the victim with the initials of YB. Nathaniel Martin.
Refuse, Your Honor.
I'm sorry?
You refuse.
Refuse.
Oh, refused. Okay. So Mr. Martin will be reset for tomorrow. Álvaro Prendes.
Ward D, Your Honor.
Ward D, Your Honor.
Oh, Ward D. So reset for tomorrow on Mr. Prendes.
Yes.
Okay, next case, Dasniel Socorro.
Refuse court, Your Honor.
Refused. Okay, reset for tomorrow.
Your Honor, I can go ahead and waive his presence, stand mute as to PC, and request standard bond.
Okay, well, on Dasniel Socorro then, the court is making a note that he has 3 open felony cases. Is that correct? F22230008, F22230009, and F2416170. Okay, there's going to be felony holds on all
Oh, this
3.
is an added charge.
Added charges, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, so the court is going to appoint the public defender's office for purposes of the hearing. Right.
Say you are now, sir.
I haven't made it there. Okay, so with regards to Dasniel Socorro, the court is appointing the public defender. The court is finding PC for his arrest. And the court is going to issue bond on battery by detainee in the amount of 5,000. And I'm making a note that his presence was waived. Okay. And, okay, next we have is
Your Honor, Mr. Morris is NBC reset for tomorrow.
who's being reset?
Mr. Morris.
Is being reset also? Okay. Mr. Morris has several cases. Okay. Did we deal with Grant or no? I'm sorry? Richard Grant, did I deal with that case already or no? No, Richard Antoine Grant. I have an A form here. Maybe it's F2513980.
Oh, that's his AKA, that's Antoine Morrison's AKA.
Ah, okay. Not easily discernible. Okay, all right. So that's tomorrow, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, so we can have that. All right, Ricardo Evans.
The Evans refused court, Your Honor.
I'll go ahead and waive his presence. He understand mute as to PC and request standard bond.
Okay, Mr. Evans, you're waiving his presence?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So I'm going to appoint the public defender's office, make a finding of probable cause. And Mr. Evans. Okay, I'm going to issue bond in the amount of 5,000. Philip Wright, F2513952.
Defendant refused.
Refused, reset for tomorrow. Then we have here Denny Pierre.
Also refused.
I'll go ahead and waive his presence. Your Honor, stand mute as to PC and request standard bond.
Okay, Mr. Denny Pierre. Okay, so he has several cases.
The charges.
I'm sorry?
Added charges for Mr. Wright, Your Honor. Mr. Pierre, I'm sorry, for Mr. Pierre, you got added. Yes.
For Mr. Pierre, it's going to be 5,000. PC found. And I have Siobhan Evans.
These last two are write-ins, Your Honor.
Oh, these are write-ins. F2513941. The court is going to appoint the public defender's office. Ms. Arthur, you have a copy of the A forms?
I do, Your Honor. I stand mute as to PC.
Okay, are you waiving his presence? Because I don't see him. Juwan Evans.
He's present, Your Honor.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Evans. The court is appointing the public defender's office to represent you, sir. May I see, do we have his priors or no?
They're right in the.
I understand.
Given that the last prior, from what I can see, is from 2003, Your Honor, I'd be requesting pretrial services, alternate standard bond.
Okay, I don't have his priors. I'm gonna issue bond. In the amount of 2,500. Is this for this? Or no? It's this. Yeah. Okay. Then last but not least, the case of Dean Lietzau. I saw something about this case earlier. I don't know if it was maybe regarding the bondsman. Yes, Chi-Chi bonds, yes. Okay, Chi-Chi bonds, I don't know. I know that you've been waiting and you have your hand raised. He is on the calendar now. This is case F2513923. The court is appointing the public defender's office to represent him for purposes of this hearing. The court has reviewed the arrest form in this case and does find probable cause for his arrest.
Your Honor, do you have an argument as to the criminal mischief? I'm not seeing anything alleging that within the four corners of the A form or any monetary amount as well.
Well, I think they're referring to the scooter.
Yes, but there's nothing alleged.
I'm sorry.
Criminal mischief. I'm not
The locking
disputing the grand theft.
There's a break of a locking mechanism on a scooter. And then there's the taking of a different scooter.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm just not seeing anything in terms of monetary amounts for that charge.
Okay. State, do you have any argument on the criminal mischief? I do see that the locking device for this scooter was broken. However, I do not see an actual amount of damage. State, do you have any answer for that? Are you stipulating to no PC on count 2, which is the criminal mischief based due to a lack of monetary amount? Or are you making an argument that it's broken?
Your Honor, yes, the A form clearly says that the property of another was broken by the defendant, and therefore, we would argue that there is probable cause.
And we do not have his priors?
No, Your Honor, since it's an add-on, we don't have it on our end. Oh, wait, yes, I have it in the V case. I just wouldn't have it printed out.
Okay. Does
But
he
I
have
can-
priors?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
I can show you on the laptop.
Do we have the regular local prior sheet or no?
No, I just have the NCIC, but that would include the local priors as well.
Here you go. Standard bond on grand theft is how much? 25? 5.
25, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm gonna enter bond in the amount of 4,000 on count 1. As to the criminal mischief count, I agree with Ms. Arthur that it's not clear. I mean, one would imagine that a locking device on a scooter would probably cost more than 200, but that's not for me to speculate. I'm going to release him outright on that count. And there's going to be an order, a stay-away order from the alleged victim who is with the initials AR. All right. And I believe that the bondsman is on this case and he is on Zoom. Mr. GT Bail Bonds. I didn't see this. I believe this concludes the bond hearing calendar. Is that right? All right. Thank you, Ms. Arthur.
Just to recall, William.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good day. Happy 4th, everyone.
Ms. Arthur, I apologize. The state is asking for something. I don't know.
Your Honor, this was the arson case in the first degree. We'd make a motion for pretrial detention pursuant to Florida statute 907.014.
Is this on the last case?
No, this is something else that just passed. That passed.
State you're filing a pretrial detention motion on which case?
On F25013997.
William Henry. William Henry.
Motion forward.
Your Honor, could you give me the page?
Yeah, it's page 9 of the docket, case number 25, William Henry. I need to see the file. And on this, was this something that's old, or I don't remember addressing this case?
When did I?
See if it is printing on the calendar. I have no idea. I don't remember calling that case. All right, we're back. I apologize, Ms. Arthur, on William Henry, F2513997, you were appointed. I had issued bond in the amount of $10,000 for count 1, which is the arson. However, the state has filed a motion for pretrial detention.
Can you tell me what number he is on the calendar?
Number 25.
Corrections, are we able to bring him back, Your Honor? He's not here to hear that he no longer has a bond.
I understand, and he also has a call for corrections, I know. He's the one that had the hold for corrections, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, you know what, Your Honor? It's okay. We don't need to bring him back. Now I remember this case now.
Right, I don't think he's going anywhere. He has the corrections, so we don't need to, we'll waive his, PD's gonna waive his presence. Is that correct, Ms. Arthur?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So the court is in receipt of the motion for pretrial detention. The charge before the court that the court has found PC for is arson in the first degree. That is a first degree felony under the pretrial detention statute 907.0415D. It is considered a dangerous crime as defined by the statute. Arson is one of the enumerated crimes under 907.0415A. The court has made a finding of probable cause for the offense. The court finds that the state can show a substantial probability that the defendant committed the charge offense and meets the criteria, incorporates the arrest affidavit therein. So therefore, on count 1, it's going to be no bond. The motion for pretrial detention is granted.
So it's no bond and a hold for pretrial detention.
Yes. And the court is going to sign the order granting the pretrial detention.
Are there any other pending pretrial detention motions, state?
No, there are not, but I would ask, did we call the case of Philip Wright?
What page is that on, state?
What page?
What case is that on, state?
I'm sorry.
It was reset.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. All right. All right, everyone, thank you all so much. Hope you enjoy your 4th, what's left of it.
Bye, Judge. Have a good weekend.
You too. Thank you. Thank you for your service.
My pleasure. Have a good day.
Do you take this or do we toss this, right? Toss. Yeah. Oh, no, I want to get out. I'm bored.
Okay, we're fine.
We're holding out.
Yes, you can check it with you all in the meantime.
Actually. Oh, yeah. No, we
We give the holidays. We had that other time. That one time we did. Barbecue.
I was laying in my bed, relaxing. You got a phone call early this morning. I knew I was on the clock and people took off. Yeah. Yeah. Chronicles is like. 11 o'clock, I mean, Bills did it. My bad.
All right. Oh, my.
You want the grill? You want to take the grill?
No, the grill are sorry, dude, left the video. Oh.
All right. Ready?
You
You too.